Our Wednesday, June 7th, 2023 closed session. I'm going to go ahead and call the closed session to order, and it is 5:31. Madam Clerk, do we have any requests to speak?
There are no requests to speak, but the council did receive correspondence in their red folders.
Very good, thank you. So with that, I'm going to go ahead and say we're going to recess to closed session right now at 5:31, and we will be back at 6 o'clock for our regular city council meeting. Thanks. right, folks, if we can work our way towards our seats, we're going to get started in just 1 minute. Those of you in the back, there's some seats up here in the front, and they're not reserved, so come on up. All right, we're going to go ahead and get started. We have a long agenda tonight, so I want to welcome everyone who is here. Tonight is our Wednesday, June 7th, 2023 regular city council meeting, and I'm going to go ahead and call it to order. It is 6:01, and we conducted a 3 p.m. facilities workshop earlier today, and we also had a closed session at 5:30. Both of them were informational, and there was no action taken at those, so I just want to report that out. And then I will ask our city clerk, have you received any correspondence on tonight's agenda?
The City Council has received correspondence on items 10.14, 10.15, 11.3, and 11.4.
Okay, and we have those in our red folders?
Yes.
All right, very good, thank you. With that, Madam Clerk, do you mind calling roll?
Councilmember Dynas?
Here.
Councilmember Estrada?
Here.
Councilmember Sobek?
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Carwin?
Here.
And Mayor Zimmerman.
And I'm here, thank you. I see that we have David Faust with us this evening. He is the Secretary of the Menifee Interfaith and Community Service Council. He also serves as one of our planning commissioners, Parks Commissioner, and he's on CERT, and he does all kind of other things behind the scenes. David, you're one of those awesome community members, and thank you for coming tonight to take your time and give us some words of inspiration and help set the tone for tonight's meeting. So welcome, sir.
Thank you, Mayor Zimmerman and City Council, city staff, and citizens of Menifee. Thank you for the opportunity to share a few words with you tonight. Among the many activities that I participate in our community, one that I truly enjoy the most is serving on the Menifee Interfaith and Community Service Council. And many here tonight may not be aware of what our purpose is, so I thought I'd share with you our mission statement. We, as an interfaith and service-minded organization in the city of Menifee, acknowledging our distinct faith perspectives as individuals and organizations, come together as one collective multicultural spiritual voice to foster and encourage mutual understanding, peace, respect, values, compassion, service, and benevolence in our community. It is our desire to join hands in an effort to strengthen our community and families, to promote freedom of religion, and to speak together in media and public meetings on social and ethical issues of our time. The Interfaith Council meets on the first Tuesday of each month at 8 a.m., except for July and August. We are currently hosted by Elevation Church on Bradley. Some of the signature events that we plan or promote each year to accomplish our mission is the Menifee Better Together Day of Service, the National Day of Prayer Breakfast, the Thanksgiving Evening of Gratitude and Food Drive, and the Thanksgiving dinner held at the Senior Center. We also support service projects and food drives to benefit the Alternatives to Domestic Violence Women's Shelter, the Menifee Valley Community Cupboard, and the You Matter campaign to promote the emotional, mental, and social well-being of our community members. And we invite all members of our community to join us in our monthly meetings and to participate in the events that we promote. Well, our mayor's amazing wife, Julie, once shared that we have a wonderful social infrastructure here in Menifee. And I agree wholeheartedly with that assertion. And it's organizations like the Menifee Interfaith and Community Service Council that are a big part of that. We have all heard the African proverb that it takes a village to raise a child. In Menifee, it takes all of us to build a community and maintain the social infrastructure that makes Menifee such a wonderful place to live. Would you please join me in a brief prayer? Dear Heavenly Father, we unitedly come before Thee in prayer, humbly asking Thee to continue to bless our community, inspire our elected and appointed leaders, protect our emergency responders, strengthen our businesses and our families, and most especially, uplift, encourage, and protect our youth. Please help us to always seek ways to strengthen one another and to have the wisdom to continue to build upon the social infrastructure of our community is my prayer. In the name of Jesus Christ, amen.
Amen. Thank you, Commissioner Faust. We appreciate you being here this evening. All right, tonight we have a special member in our audience. He's a longtime resident, and he's also a former city councilman. So I'm going to ask Tom Furman if he wouldn't mind leading us in the flag salute. thank you, Tom. And so we are on item 5. This is our presentations. Typically each month we recognize a citizen of the month. This month's recipient is Michael Cano, and I'm told that he wasn't able to come tonight and asked to postpone it until our next meeting, so we're going to go ahead and do that. So let's move now to item 6. This is agenda approval or modifications. Madam Clerk, are there any modifications to tonight's agenda?
Not this evening.
All right, council members, all in favor of approving our agenda this evening, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Hearing none, our agenda is approved, and we're now on item 7. This is public comments, and it's for non-agenda items. This is the time for members of the public to address the council about items that are not listed on the agenda. The Brown Act limits the council's ability to respond to those comments on non-agendized matters at the time those comments are made. Each speaker will be limited to 3 minutes on a single item. So with that, Madam Clerk, do we have any requests to speak on non-agendized matters?
Yes, we do. We have Gloria Sanchez, followed by John Piranti.
Okay, so Gloria, welcome.
Good evening, Mayor, City Council, fellow citizens. My name is Gloria Sanchez, and I live at the Oasis, which is a 55-plus community located right off of Antelope and Aldergate. I'm here tonight to bring to your attention a safety issue that exists right outside the gates of the Oasis. It is where the Salt Creek path starts or ends, depending on where you begin. And what we are finding is that there's no parking area whatsoever, so they're parking right on the street. And what happens is that most of them open their driver's side door, and a lot of those people come very fast down the hill, may not stop. And I'm just looking at it that there might be a safety issue with an accident. Thankfully, I don't think anything has happened to this date, but there's a lot of children. The families bring their children so they can ride the bikes, use the Salt Creek Pass there. And I just believe that if you look at the area, and I don't know if it's in the capital improvement program, but it's something that should be looked at, because when you look at the Oasis, and I have to say it's manicured very well, but when you look at across the street, there's nothing but weeds growing all over the place. And if there's an area that can be turned into a parking area for these individuals, it'll be a lot safer for them, as well as the traffic that goes on to Antelope. So I would really like to see if that could be looked at, if something can be done to secure some safety for those who use that street. And for those of us who leave the Oasis, we are extra careful when we leave, because I hate to say this, but those who even see the stop sign will just go right through it. At this point, I could ask for a traffic signal. I know that's probably not even in your thoughts, but maybe somewhere down along the line, that could be something that we can look at, so to see and test it if we need one. Right now, thankfully, the city has put on the stop sign with the blinking lights. That has helped, but you still have the people coming down the hill from north of the Oasis, and they're really coming down that hill very, very fast. So it exceeds the speed limit. And even though we have a club at the Oasis, the RV club, that they do clean up the area in front of WellQuest and further down, we still see a lot of debris on the other side. So I'm really asking to see if you can give that some attention. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Ms. Sanchez. We appreciate your good ideas and encouragement. All right, I believe Mr. Peranti was up next. Welcome, sir.
Thank you. All right, good evening, Mayor and City Council. My name is John Peranti, and I have the pleasure of representing the Menifee Valley Chamber of Commerce as the chairman of the board. While we've been absent from City Council meetings for a few months, we have not been absent from representing our city members and businesses in the city. We've been active every week and wanted to bring you up to date on some of the things we're doing. First, I wanted to thank the Economic Development Team, Gina, Kayla, and Daniela, for their constant and unwavering support of our activities. One of them, or all three of them, are always at our events. Through them, we feel the city support for the chamber, so thank you. Tomorrow evening, we have our first mixer for June, our evening mixer at the Black Bear Diner. What a great addition this is to the city. I've been there a couple times already. So please join us, 5:30. You're all invited, 5:30 tomorrow night, and we would love to see you there. Next Tuesday, the 13th, we have Wake Up Menifee at the Fairfield Inn. And on the 21st, we have our midday mixer at the Breakfast Club. These activities and others can be found on our website. And finally, I wanted to quote one of our board members who recently shared a Korean phrase, a philosophy, and I'm kind of butcher the Korean, so forgive me anybody that speaks Korean. It says, "Kapshi kapshida," which means we go together. And that's how we feel at the Chamber about our relationship with the city. Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you, Mr. Parenti. Next speaker is Madam Clerk.
Debbie Gable.
All right. Welcome, Ms. Gable.
Good evening. I really don't need a microphone, but here I am. I'm representing myself and my opinions. I live in Sun City Civic Association, and so we're a 55-plus community. My problem is I have three. The chat with the city manager, by the way, I called City Hall because I found two different times for the chat for this month. One was at 10:30 and the other one was at 12. And I called the City Hall and asked what time is it really supposed to be, because I sent out an email to like 500 people and I had no idea what time it was. I got transferred, left a voicemail, and nobody still has responded to me today. And I left the message on Monday morning. So when I call the city, I really expect them to respond to me. Somebody, even if they say, I don't know, I would like to have a response. Black Bear Diner, yes, I like Black Bear Diner too. They have a parking lot, and next to that parking lot is a strip mall. They have put a chain up, just like they did with Coco's, where we cannot use that second driveway to get back out onto Bradley. This is just like the Denny's situation, where you guys wouldn't let Denny's come in because the driveway was going to be too close to the intersection. The driveway that goes in and out of Black Bear Diner is right next to the intersection of Bradley and McCaw. Very dangerous to turn left out of there. But we all do, but it's very dangerous. Take the chain down. And my husband says, it's a private property, the city can't do anything. I said, well, then put up a no left turn at that first driveway so we can't turn left out, which is what Nick Fiddler wanted to do with the Denny's, if you recall. And I'm not sure that that's a really good solution. I think the solution is to get rid of the chain so we can go out that second driveway. I know they don't like people parking over there in the strip mall for Black Bear. It doesn't matter because we do it anyway. If there's no parking places over by Black Bear, we go to the strip mall. McDonald's, when they have overflow, they send them over to that area too. So something needs to be done for that particular driveway. The other thing is, and this is in Sun City, partly Menifee, traffic lights seem to be misaligned, and I'm not sure who to report that to, but when you come up to an intersection, some of the lights, you cannot see it until you're right up on the light, and then you see it fine. So is it because it's misaligned, or are we using something different for the new traffic lights? I'm not really sure. The one especially when you're going east on Effingham and turning left onto Case Road, you cannot see that second light at all, what it is, until you are right underneath it. And so you have to look over that way, which means you're not looking at the traffic that's in front of you, and I find that dangerous too. And there's many of them in Sun City that do that. So I'm wondering if is it a new light fixture, or are they just misaligned? Somebody needs to check them all out. And that's all I have to say.
All right,
Thank you.
Ms. Gable, thank you so much. Madam Clerk, any other speakers?
No other speakers.
No more for non-agendized items. All right, thank you. All right, we're going to go ahead to item 8. This is council member updates. I'll start on my right with Councilman Dinas.
Thank you. Just a few things here. On May 22nd, we had the Underwood Media event at the homes there. That is the first community in the state of California that's a self-sustaining electric community. It's all electric. They have backup power in each home, plus they have a backup battery for the entire community. So it was really being touted as the wave of the future, and it was quite interesting. I also attended on the 24th the Southwest Transportation Now subcommittee, And on the 25th, I attended the RTA board meeting. And this month, June 1st through August 30th, all bus rides are 25 cents. So if you ever want to explore bus riding and you thought it was a good time because it only costs you $0.25 to sit in an air-conditioned bus during the summer. And lastly, on the 29th, we had the Memorial Day ceremony, and that's all I have.
All right, thank you, Councilman. Next up is Councilman Estrada.
Thank you, Mayor. On May 9th, I attended the Quail Valley Community Group. On May 12th, I went to the Menifee Art Affair. On May 29th, I went to the Memorial Day ceremony. I wanted to do a quick announcement on my SCAG meeting. It was from May 3rd to May 5th, and just so I have a little bit of transparency with the public and share with my colleagues here what the Southern California Association of Governments shared, 2 points. The state legislature has laws coming our way which will allow developers to convert commercial zones into housing zones without going through the rezoning process. And I just want to give the residents and my colleagues a heads up that that's legislation that might be coming our way. The second point I wanted to make is there were developers at that conference from Orange County and Los Angeles County. They wanted to send a message to city councils that as a council, we need to advocate more for community benefits. Developers have asks, and so should we. The final say rests with us as a council. And in the informative session that they presented to us, they really push, we need to advocate for ourselves and not leave it all up to staff, because they made the emphasis point. The final say rests with us, and we could be potentially getting more. That's all I have to say.
All right, great. Thank you for the update, and thanks for the SCAG report, because you're our representative. Just a question on that bill that's coming through that's talking about shopping center conversion to affordable residential. Did SCAG take a position as support or opposition to that? Do you know?
They didn't take a position. They wanted to make everyone aware these are the challenges that may be arising.
All right, very good. Thank you. I was just curious if you guys voted on that or not.
We didn't,
All right,
no.
thank you. All right, next up, Councilmember Sobek.
Thank you, Mayor. I would just like to report out a few things. It was a pleasure to be with all of my colleagues at the city's Memorial Day Remembrance. And I just want to say thank you to the Santa Rosa Academy, to Audrey Wilson, who sang the national anthem, to our keynote speaker, Joseph Quinn, VFW Post 1956, and one of our own, very own staff members, Don Sharp, who played taps on his trumpet. It was absolutely touching. And just want to thank our city staff for paying tribute to those that have fallen, and every year that we do this as a city. So that was a great event with my colleagues. I attended the Youth Leaders of Menifee. They nominated a new board. So if any of you don't know, we have an awesome youth leaders group, and they're going to be putting out applications for new students. They had over 70 students this year. They put in over 700 hours of volunteer service. They partnered with the Lake Menifee Women's Club, as you can see here, who is presenting a scholarship of $500, as well as Canes was there that presented one of our youth leaders with a $500 scholarship. They participate in the Santa Workshop, and they plan some children's events. So I just want to say thank you to the youth leaders of Menifee, for those who have served in the leadership and those who will be serving this new year in leadership, and for Michael Reinhardt, one of our city staff members, him and his team who leads this group. It was a pleasure to be there that night. Also, I want to thank the mayor. I represent District 3 in the city of Menifee, and the other morning on his way to the interfaith meeting, he shared this picture with me, but I want to give a shout out. Our Public Works and Engineering Department is doing a fabulous job right now. This is a brand new traffic signal that will be coming out of Mount San Jacinto College on Antelope, and this will save lives. This signal has been needed, and I just want to thank staff for working with MSJC and them getting this put in. This is perfect timing. We're going to have that stadium that's going to be open, and this is going to be a much needed thing as well. I attended the Southwest Riverside Women's Elected Group. I attended the Senior and Wellness Fair, which did a fabulous job. Thank you to our senior advisory group who take a lead on that, as well as their community service staff. I represent the city at Riverside Conservation Authority. I attended this last week. We mostly talked about the budget, and we passed a balanced budget for the new fiscal year. I attended the Menifee Interfaith and Community Service Council, where we learned about the Vial of Life program that our Cal Fire Department has for our residents. It is absolutely a wonderful little program that all you do is you fill out your important information and you have it on your refrigerator. And when if a need is at your home for a firefighter, they will know to go to that refrigerator to look to see what medications you take and who the emergency number is. So if you want any of those, I know you can check with our staff out front, but also CAL FIRE. I also attended a Parks ad hoc HOA meeting, and that's my report.
All right, excellent report. Next up is Mayor Pro Tem Carwin.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just clicked off of my list here. So a lot of these, one of the things that's really impressive is how many of our council members attend so many of these events. So by the time it comes around, I know for you, you barely need to say anything, but we were all at the Memorial Day ceremony. That was outstanding, and I got some really nice compliments from our elected officials at the county level and the state level complimenting our event, and a lot of our veterans events get a lot of compliments from the regional electeds. I attended the Chamber of Commerce mixer that was in the evening at Buffalo Wild Wings. The mayor was there with me at that, and then the mayor and Councilmember Sobek and I were all at the Youth Leadership Awards that we just saw the photos of. Really, really impressive program, and I know that the president is going on to, I think she said, UC Irvine to study biological science, and the vice president is going to West Point. So yeah, we're developing some pretty amazing people out of the city of Menifee. I attended the WRCOG meeting. Not a lot of Menifee related items there. The main thing that we did was renewing the contract for Dr. Wilson there, who's the director. That was the executive committee. This morning, I was at Freedom Crest Elementary School to present the Rotary Citizenship Award to two fine students there, Brayton Mazer and Harley Granger. We speak your names. Looking forward to great things from them. And just one quick community announcement. If you've driven through the intersection of Murrieta Road and Newport in the past couple of days, you've seen a lot of activity out there. That is the Murrieta Road resurfacing that has started. So those tractors out there, everybody who says, this intersection is like a war zone, it's like driving off-road, well, it has started. The repairs have officially started. So go out there and wave to those people and say thanks. They started a week early. So there we go. That's all I have.
All right, great report. I'm going to be as quick as I can. It was a very, very busy last couple of weeks, and this is since last May 17th. So on Thursday, May 18th, there was a Neighbors Monthly Business Mixer. On Friday the 19th, I spoke at Bear River Springs School. There was a kindness award that was Blitzer's Frozen Yogurt gave $500 to the school and their program and awarded the kids for being kind. Menifee Union School District then hosted their Evening of Excellence that night, and I attended that. It was an opportunity to honor a lot of the volunteers and the classified administrators there. On that following day, Saturday the 20th, a History Association hosted an event. It was about Rancho Ramona and Sun City lifestyle in the 70s with a lot of before and after pictures, and I got to be the narrator of that. And then there was a senior day at Central Park that same day that I attended. On Monday the 22nd, I attended the Western Riverside County Projects and Programs Committee, which is a subsidiary of RCTC. And then as Councilman Dinas mentioned, there was a ceremony at KB's Underwood project, or they call it Shadow Mountain over there, but there were representatives from SunPower Solar and also the Department of Energy. And this is an all-electric neighborhood, as Councilman Dynas mentioned, as the first one, but I wanted to thank Councilman Dynas for being available and speaking. I arrived just in time to hear your message, and it was very well said, so good job. Thank you for representing us. That kind of project, I hope we see a lot more. It aligns perfectly with Menifee's Smart Cities initiative goals and the things that we want to see in our future neighborhoods. Later that night, there was a Cub Scout Pack 444 bridging ceremony over at St. Vincent's for our church, and I attended that as well to give a lot of praise to our young boys and girls in our Cub Scouts. On Wednesday the 24th, Paris Union High School District had the Student of the Year ceremony, and so each one of you have attended the Student of the Month. This was the Student of the Year, and it's great to see the ones that were selected for last year. And then let's see, there was a chamber midday mixer at Bushfire Grill that I attended that day. On Thursday the 25th, there was a health and safety resource forum. It was at the Oasis. This is a partnership with our County Supervisor Washington and his team, as well as our emergency management team. Vanessa Barrera spoke. It was great to be able to be at the Oasis and share some of the resources there. There was also a Rotary luncheon that day that I attended, and then that evening there was a You Matter workshop, and it was Know the Signs. This was a message from the Riverside University Health System folks. On Friday the 26th, I spoke at Freedom Crest Assembly. My message to the kids over at Freedom Crest was about crosswalk safety and helping them to remember to walk their bikes and to be paying attention, because sometimes in the mornings, a lot of drivers aren't paying attention, and we want our kids to be safe. So I also visited one of the third grade classes afterwards. Then right after that, the Sun City Cruisers is our local hot rod car club out of Sun City, and they had a meeting to plan some future events, including a classic car show that will be Menifee's own. So we know Temecula does them, Paris does them, Murrieta does them, Lake Elsinore. Menifee's going to start having our own classic car show here in town. Let's see. On Monday the 29th, we all attended the Memorial Day event at Central Park. It was a great event. On Wednesday the 30th, Councilmember Sobek and I went to Oak Meadows School, and we spoke with the student council members that were there. And we've got some great young people. They're all kind of leadership-minded, and we talked about servant leadership to them. Let's see, there was a chamber mixer at Buffalo Wild Wings that I attended, and then the Youth Leaders Teen Awards at Quay-Sinisteros, and thank you guys for being there as well. Let's move to June. On Thursday, June 1st, I hosted a field trip throughout the day. There was 4 of them from various schools at our History Museum. And then on Friday the 2nd, there was Foodie Friday. And I got to tell you, there was approximately 30 food vendors that were there, and maybe 50 other vendors. There was a car show. I'm just so pleased with the turnout. This is that social infrastructure that David Fouch was talking about. Councilman Carwin was there with his family, and do you agree? It was well attended, right?
I'll tell you what, there was all kinds of vendors. Normally when you go to these things in the city, it's the same 5 vendors, like 3 taco vendors or whatever, but this was all kinds. There was Korean food, there was Filipino food, there was barbecue, there was all kinds of things there. It was really outstanding.
Yes, I'm so pleased to see our pop-up food venues and great things happening in our town. All right, on Saturday the 3rd, Heritage Sports Park had an open house that was hosted by Valleywide. And I went over and attended that, and there's quite a few people, bounce houses, and lots of fun things for kids. There's a place right on Scott Road called Patriotic. It's next to Milvet's office, and they hosted a fundraiser to help families that have dogs that need surgery, and so I attended that and made a donation as well, because we care about our animals here in this town. On Tuesday the 6th, there was an interfaith council meeting I attended, and also I wanted to announce to my other colleagues that the Parks Ad Hoc Committee met, Councilmember Sobek and I. We will be bringing back a recommendation to the full council for our next steps for consideration on that. And that ends my report. Does anybody else have anything else? All right, sorry that it was a lot, but it was a very busy month. Yeah, thanks, I'm gonna need it. All right, so let's now move to our next item. This is our consent calendar. Item 10, minutes. Item 9.1, and this is to approve our May 17th minutes. Council members, if there's no revisions, all in favor of approval, would you say aye?
Aye.
Opposed? Hearing none, those minutes are approved. And we are now on item 10, our consent calendar. All matters on the consent calendar are to be approved in one motion unless a council member requests a separate action on a specific item on the consent calendar. If the item's removed from consent, it'll be discussed individually and acted upon separately. Madam Clerk, do we have anyone who has requested to speak on consent items?
No request to speak.
No request. All right. So council members, do we have any items that we'd like to pull for discussion? Hearing none, can I get a motion to approve the consent
So
calendar?
moved.
All right.
Second.
Madam Clerk, we're going to do electronic voting.
Yes, just a moment.
Excellent. And I see that passes unanimously, so we're moving on now to item 11. This is our first public hearing item. The first one is our annual ordinance introductions for Community Facilities District. It's the maintenance CFDs for levying special taxes for our fiscal year 23-24. Mr. City Manager, do you have a staff member? I see Ms. Cornejo coming to the podium, so welcome.
Yes, good afternoon, Mayor, council members, and members of the public. My name is Margarita Cornejo. I am the Deputy Finance Director, and the item we are presenting this afternoon for as a discussion or as a public hearing is related to the Community Facilities District CFDs, specifically our maintenance CFDs and the annual levy process. Today marks the first step of a two-step process for the annual enrollment of these assessments. So I will start a presentation. Before I do that, I do want to note there is a red folder item for the council available to you guys, and that has some modifications to 4 of the CFDs, as we are proposing modification in the process itself. So did want to note that, and we will go through what that modification is in more detail as we go. We are also accompanied by city staff with Ms. Lori Lockwood, who is our financial analyst that works specifically in all special district CFDs, LLMD, CSA related items, as well as our special tax consultant, Mr. Shane Spicer with Spicer Consulting Group. So the community facilities districts are a form of special revenue funds that the city has that provide dedicated funding sources to a variety of different areas in our community. And through these funding sources, we are able to provide focused services in the forms of park maintenance, landscape maintenance, street sweeping, street maintenance, channel maintenance, just a number of services specific to the boundaries of each CFD or zone. The first of the CFDs was formed in 2012 with known as our AMR, or Audie Murphy Ranch area. And as we continue to add new development into the city, we annex different maintenance zones so that each area and the quality of landscape and regular maintenance services are maintained for that area. This is all governed under a specific state law. Specifically, it is the Melrose Act of 1982. And every year there is an annual enrollment process and agenda item that has to come to council before it ultimately culminates with submittal to the county tax collector to collect these as a form of special tax or property taxes for the city. So in summary, here is a summary of the city's maintenance CFDs. There are a total of 6 main categories. There are a number of zones you'll note in our citywide CFDs. That's 2015-2 as well as 2017-1, and these are the ones where we regularly add each year. For 23-24, these represent a total of $5.5 million, which again will be directed both in maintenance types of services as well as providing funding for some of our capital improvements projects or our CIP program. So the purpose of these CFDs, again, as a summary, is to provide a variety of services. That's everything from landscape maintenance to our CIP program. They also provide funding in the administration element, as there is a variety of administration that is associated with kind of compiling, managing these from year to year. For location or indicative of geographically where they are located throughout the city. Each one, again, is formed with its own specific boundaries and its own kind of rates, as well as improvements that they are maintaining. So the annual levy enrollment process as it stands today involves the determination of the annual expenditures for all eligible services and improvements for each CFD zone. This is completed internally as part of the budget development process by staff, and it's a combination effort of finance, typically working with our community services department as well as our public works department, which are the two principal departments that provide the actual services throughout the community. There is also on the revenue side, the annual special tax calculation that must be put together, and that is done as a collaboration working together with our special tax consultant that ensures making sure that any applicable or allowable annual escalators are appropriately calculated for each CFD, and that development activity is tracked as these are taxed based on specific dates of when building permits are issued. Then there is a formal levy approval process, which is what we are initiating today. As it currently stands, we have a two-step process, which starts with the introduction of an ordinance to amend every ordinance for each CFD from year to year. And then we come back right before the levy submittal for the second ordinance reading. Following that, there is the levy enrollment submittal to the County of Riverside that has to be completed by August 10th of each year. So what is being proposed going forward is to consolidate the annual levy to not be an ordinance that requires two steps, but instead be an annual adoption by resolution. Included with each amended ordinance, including the red lines, is a specific provision that would allow that would convert the annual levy process from going from ordinance to resolution. This is a standard practice by most agencies. The reason that we have ours structured this way is when we first established our first CFD. At that point in time, the first CFD was structured in that way. We didn't have quite a lot of CFD processes established at that point in time, and we've kind of continued that mechanism. It is important to note there are other types of special districts within the city, such as county service areas and lighting and landscaping districts, which are all similar to CFDs in the sense that they are special assessments that provide services for specific areas, and they also end up at the end of the day as enrollments on the county through the county tax collector. But each one has its own specific state law that governs kind of how you do the annual enrollment process. So for CSAs and LLMDs, lighting and landscaping districts, you are required to do a two-step process as well as establish engineers reports. With CFDs, the governing law is a little bit different, and it does allow for the annual enrollment to be done as a resolution. The reason and rationale for requesting this is because it helps streamline the process, which will allow the annual levy to vote to fall later in the year. And the request for this is based on the development itself. Again, there's a building permit cutoff that's associated of whether or not a parcel will be triggered as developed and levied for the following year. And for our new annexations, that is typically June 1st. With the two-step process right now, our time frame becomes pretty constrained, and we want to make sure we capture all the development that's going to come in for the upcoming enrollment, and therefore by wrapping them together as one step, it allows us more time to pick up all the development activity and come in mid-June or early July for the approval by council. So we do want to provide assurance of, though, if this was consolidated to one step, how does the public stay informed on these enrollments beyond it coming for council for approval? And there are annual reports that are done even for these, and there are two specifically that are available on our website at any point in time, and those are AB 2109 reporting. This summarizes the charges that are submitted for each year and is also reported to the state controller as part of the annual reporting. And there is also AB 1666 reporting, which is specifically a more detailed and comprehensive annual report on the each specific CFD. So the levy proposal for 23-24 and 24-25, as it would stand, and in the staff report that's included today, stands that for 23-24, we will still continue the two-step process. We've already initiated as is, so we will continue as we have in the past with the introduction of the ordinance amendments today, and then coming with the second reading on July 19th. At the July 19th council meeting. Starting with 24-25, we would be requesting to bringing it forward as a resolution adoption. In total and in summary, following any questions and any comments that we may have, the want to associate that the fiscal impact of this is it has no fiscal impact to the city's general fund, but the authorization in itself does represent $5.5 million worth of special revenue that is specifically dedicated to corresponding expenditures associated not only with maintenance, but also with our CIP program. With that concludes our presentation, and staff is available for any questions.
All right, very good. Thank you, Ms. Cornejo. Council members, do we have any questions? Not any discussion yet, but just questions. Mayor Pro Tem Carwins first.
Thank you, Margaret. If we collect the revenues and the maintenance costs don't use all of the revenues, what happens to the additional funds? Does it stay there for future, or is it reallocated?
That is a good question. Each special tax that is collected must stay with a specific fund because it is collected for that purpose. So it is used for operating reserves specific to that CFD or capital projects in the future. So you have capital reserves and operating reserves, and it will always stay there. As an enhancement and a request that was requested earlier in the year in our upcoming budget book, we have specifically itemized what the fund balance is for each of these CFDs to add additional transparency for the public to be able to see that it is tracked separately and that it is available for anybody to look at any point in time.
Thank you.
And I had a quick question. Going forward, starting next year with the new process, where can we anticipate seeing this on our agenda each year? Will it be in consent calendar as a resolution, or does it need to be public hearing or discussion item?
So it can be in a consent item if it is a preference of the council. It can be a discussion item as well. It is a request that it be either or. If we do the public hearing, then we would find ourselves where we have the same kind of noticing limitations.
Maybe it can be in discussion. I think we should be as transparent as we can and give opportunity for public comment. And I mean, they could in consent, but sometimes it seems to slide by, and I just want to make sure that public has that opportunity.
Absolutely.
I don't know if does the rest of the council agree?
I concur.
Okay. All right. Any other questions, council members? Hearing none, I'm going to go ahead and open the public hearing right now at 6:43. Madam Clerk, any correspondence on this item, and was it legally noticed?
The item was legally noticed and no correspondence has been received.
Thank you. Do we have anybody filled out a speaker slip for public testimony?
No public comments.
All right. I'm going to go ahead and close the public hearing, and it's still the same, 6:43. Council members, do we have any comments, discussion, or a motion? And I think we can take all six together, right? Yes.
That is correct.
And we'll go ahead. We can do a motion in a second, then I'm going to have you read these ordinances. So,
Move to approve.
okay.
Second.
All right. Now, before we vote, Madam Clerk, and this might take a little bit, this is what we're hoping to avoid in the future, right? Could you please read the ordinances by title, please?
Bear with me. An ordinance amending ordinance number 2012-103 and levying special taxes to be collected during fiscal year 2023-2024 to pay the annual cost of the maintenance and servicing of streetlights, parks, parkways, streets, roads, and open space, and the operation and maintenance of storm drainage systems, a reserve fund for capital replacement and administrative expenses with respect to the City of Menifee Community Facilities District number 2012-1, Audie Murphy Ranch. Second, an ordinance amending ordinance number 2012-108 and levying the special taxes to be collected during fiscal year 2023-2024 to pay the annual cost of maintenance, servicing streetlights, parkways, parks, streets, roads, and open space, and the operation and maintenance for storm drainage systems, a reserve fund for capital replacement and administrative expenses with respect to City of Menifee Community Facilities District 2012-2, Hidden Hills. An ordinance amending ordinance number 2014-153 and a levy of special taxes to be collected during fiscal year 2023-2024 to pay the annual cost of the maintenance and servicing of streetlights, parks, parkways, roads, streets, open space, and operation and maintenance of storm drainage system, a reserve fund for capital replacement and administrative expenses with respect to the City Menifee Community Facilities District 2014-1 Town Center, an ordinance amending ordinance number 2014-154 and a levy of special taxes to be collected during the fiscal year 2023-2024 to pay the annual cost of the maintenance and servicing of streetlights, parks, parkways, streets, roads, open space, and the operation and maintenance of storm drainage systems, a reserve fund for capital replacement and administrative expenses with respect to City of Menifee Community Facilities District 2014-2 Commerce Point, an ordinance amending ordinance number 2015-173 and levy of special taxes to be collected during fiscal year 23-24 and pay the annual cost of the maintenance and servicing of streetlights, parks, parkways, streets, roads, and open space, and the operation and maintenance of storm drainage systems, a reserve fund for capital replacement, and administrative expenses with respect to City of Menifee Community Facilities District number 2015-2 maintenance services. And last, an ordinance amending ordinance number 2017-231 and levy of special taxes to be collected during fiscal year 23-24 to pay the annual cost of the maintenance and servicing of landscaping, lighting, water quality improvements, graffiti streets, street sweeping, parks, trail maintenance, a reserve fund for capital replacement, and administrative expenses with respect to the City of Menifee Community Facilities District number 2017-1 maintenance services.
All right. Very good, Madam Clerk. And I don't know if we got a second or not. Did we get a second? All right. All right. Very good. So let's go ahead and cast our votes. And Councilmember Sobek. And I see that passes unanimously, so thank you, team. Let's move to our next agenda item, maybe the same folks, 11.2. This is proposed formation of a Community Facilities District number 2023-1 Rockport Ranch. Now, council members, we don't have to hear a presentation unless we want to. Are we okay with skipping that in the interest of time? Yes? All right, good. So, council members, do we have any questions on this item for staff? Hearing none, I'm going to open the public hearing. It is 6:47. This is for the proposed formation of CFD 23-1 Rockport Ranch, the levy of special taxes and incurring bonded indebtedness for the district. Madam Clerk, was this public hearing legally noticed?
Yes, it was.
And do we have any public testimony wishing to speak tonight?
No, we do not.
Have you received any written protests?
No, I have not.
And are there any persons registered in the territory of the district?
No, there is not.
Have the owners of the taxable property in the district consented to holding the special elections this evening, June 7th, 2023, immediately following the public hearing?
Yes, they have, and the vote was a yes.
All right, so you concur that we can hold this evening?
Yes, I do.
I'm going to close the public hearing now at 6:48. Council members, may I have a motion and a second to adopt two resolutions? There's two of them. One is a resolution establishing the CFD, and the other one is the necessity to incur bond indebtedness. Can we get a motion and a second, please?
So moved.
All right, and then Councilman Carwin?
Second.
Okay, so you're not in the list for anything. All right, that's unanimous. Madam Clerk, have you received all the official ballots and waivers from the landowners that can cast their votes on behalf of the owners of all the property proposed to be included within CFD 23-1 Rockport Ranch?
Yes, I have.
All right, and Madam Clerk, will you declare those results?
It was a yes vote.
All right, may I have a motion and a second to adopt a resolution declaring those election results?
So moved.
Second?
That passes unanimously. Madam Clerk, would you please introduce the ordinance by title? Some more reading for you.
Not as long. Ordinance of the City Council of the City of Menifee, California, acting in its capacity as the legislative body of Community Facilities District number 2023-1 Rockport Ranch of the City of Menifee, authorizing the levy of special taxes.
All right. That was shorter than I thought. All right. So lastly, may I have a motion and a second to introduce that ordinance you just read?
So moved.
All right. Thank you. That passes unanimously, and it gets us to the finish line on that item. We are now on item 11.3, appeal of the Planning Commission's decision for the Ethanak and Barnett Warehouse project. Do we have a report from staff, Mr. City Manager? Who's going to shepherd us on this item?
Russell, you ready?
All right.
Thank you.
Welcome, Mr. Brady.
Check, check. Thank you, Armando. And good evening, Mayor Zimmerman and council members. So the item before you tonight is the appeal of the Ethanek and Barnett Warehouse project. So a little background. So on August of 2021, a plot plan application was received to develop the site. On March 8th of this year, the Planning Commission approved the project. On March 20th, an appeal application was received from the City of Paris. On May 3rd, prior to the scheduled hearing, the city received additional comments, and therefore the initial City Council hearing was rescheduled to a date certain of tonight, June 7th. So a little more information about the project. So the project is located along the northern city boundary, west of Interstate 215, south of Ethanek Road, north of McLaughlin Road, east of Evans Road and the flood channel Line A, and west of Barnett Road. The general plan land use and zoning of the site is Economic Development Corridor, Northern Gateway, as are surrounding properties. The zoning and general plan designations have been that way for about the last 10 years or so. The proposed uses of general warehousing and manufacturing are permitted uses in that zone. The approved site plan. The approved site plan consists of 2 buildings, each approximately 125,000 square feet. It's anticipated that the principal user will be primarily general warehousing, and there will be incidental manufacturing and office uses. Based on the aforementioned square footage, 338 parking spaces were required. The site plan includes 414 parking spaces. Approximately 95,000 square feet of on-site landscaping is proposed, and the site includes a minimum 25-foot front yard landscape setbacks along Barnett Road and Ethanek Road. The project includes shared driveways, one along Ethanek Road and one along Barnett Road, as shown by the yellow dot. Those are shared with the corner project site, which was approved as a gas station, convenience store, and car wash. It also includes 2 full access driveways further down on Barnett there, as shown by the green dot. The approved architecture. So when the project originally came in, it was for a single building. However, the applicant took staff's recommendation and split the building into 2 and incorporated other architectural features, design features from the citywide design guidelines as shown on the screen. The project was reviewed and found consistent with Title IX of the Development Code, as well as the citywide design guidelines, including the industrial good neighbor policies. So CEQA, so a mitigated negative declaration was prepared for the project. The official public review period was from February 4th to March 6th. We received 2 comment letters. City staff, as well as our CEQA consultant, determined that the MND adequately addressed the concerns raised in the comment letters and that no further analysis was required, although much more analysis has been done as a result of the appeal. And then as it relates to the appeal itself, a CEQA determination does not need to be made to approve or deny the appeal. Regarding the appeal letter we received from the City of Paris, so again on March 20th, 4 categories were identified. The first being a flawed CEQA analysis as it relates primarily to cold storage use. Number 2, notice to property owners within a 1,400-foot radius was recommended. 3, inconsistent with surrounding areas. And 4, inconsistent with the City of Menifee industrial good neighbor policies. So we'll break these down point by point. So the first point was a flawed CEQA analysis due to the inaccurate product description, primarily as it resulted to the cold storage use. The project is conditioned and has been conditioned to prohibit refrigerated uses without further CEQA analysis. At this time, it's not anticipated that the end user will implement cold storage, but should they'll need to come back and further analyze that. Staff, as well as our CEQA consultant, feel the appropriate CEQA mitigation measures and conditions of approval are in place. So point 2, notice to property owners. So the request was to notify property owners within 1,400-foot radius. So the city's municipal code requires a 300-foot radius and a minimum of 25 property owners. In order to get the 25 unique property owners, the radius was expanded out to 800 feet. The public notice was placed in the local newspaper as well as on the city's website and physically at the project site. And all noticing complies with the City of Menifee Municipal Code requirements. So appeal point 3, inconsistent with the surrounding areas. So again, the site is designated as economic development corridor and has been such, the general plan land use since 2013, the zoning designation since 2015, again, as are surrounding uses within the city of Menifee. So the EDC encourages business park and industrial related uses, and again, warehouse uses are permitted by right. Appeal point 4, inconsistent with the City of Menifee industrial good neighbor policies. So the project was, reviewed against and found consistent with our adopted design guidelines and good neighbor policies. Several of the policies are listed on the screen there, including a separation from sensitive receptors, truck courts should face internal, separate entrances for trucks, large trucks versus passenger vehicles, and landscape buffering and setbacks. And as previously mentioned, prior to the May 3rd City Council hearing, we received supplemental comments from the City of Paris. Again, the meeting was continued to a date certain of tonight to allow staff to adequately address those comments. Many of the comments, they're in a sense doubling down on the initial comments, including the flawed CEQA analysis due to the cold storage use. And again, I want to reiterate, cold storage use is not anticipated at this time, but should they come in with cold storage use, it would need to be further analyzed. Appeal point 2, flawed greenhouse gas analysis. So again, the project is required to comply with the latest CARB scoping plan. Updated air quality, greenhouse gas, and health risk assessments were done as a result of the appeal. Flawed noise analysis didn't take into account future residential development within the City of Paris and the Green Valley specific plan. So a supplemental noise analysis was conducted by our CEQA consultant to include the future residential land uses anticipated within the City of Paris. Less than significant impact was identified and no further analysis is required. Appeal point 4, traffic impacts as a result of the project would result in unsafe intersection at Ethaneck and Barnett. So obviously with the initial project and the MND, a TIA was conducted and does adequately address the concerns raised in the appeal letter. And then earlier, prior to tonight's meeting, we received a supplemental comment letter from the City of Paris bringing up essentially the same points that were brought up in the first 2 letters. Staff reviewed the comments, and the ISM&D and the subsequent analysis that was prepared adequately addresses the concerns that were raised. One of the supplemental comments that stated that trucks do not currently use Barnett Road. However, a truck stop and a gas station exist to the east of the project site within the City of Paris and they generate more average daily trips than that of the proposed project. So it is currently being used by large trucks. So again, supplemental analysis. City staff, as well as the project applicant and the CEQA consultant, have been working diligently to resolve some of the issues and dive into the issues that were raised by the City of Paris. The supplemental noise, greenhouse gas analysis, air quality, and health risk assessment memos were prepared as in response. The additional analysis concluded that the original studies fully disclose all impacts and no new impacts were identified as a result of the appeal, nor were there any new mitigation measures required. So staff's recommendation is to adopt a resolution upholding the Planning Commission's approval of the initial study mitigated negative declaration and the plot plan for Ethanek Barnett Warehouse and deny the appeal. And that concludes staff's presentation. I'm available to answer any questions you may have, as is the project applicant and our CEQA consultant.
All right, very good. Thank you, Mr. Brady. Council members, this is an opportunity to ask some questions. We'll hold our thoughts and discussion and comments for now until we take public comments, but let's ask some questions now. Let's start with Councilmember Sobek.
Mr. Mayor,
Yeah.
council members,
Yes.
if I can just add, Deputy City Manager John Nix is handing out the responses that the city CEQA consultant prepared for the letter we received this afternoon from the City of Paris. So we did a full analysis of the comments, and Russell summarized them in his PowerPoint presentation, but I wanted to make sure to acknowledge that we do have written correspondence for you regarding that letter. And then also in your red folders, there is a revision to finding 3 for the major mod in the resolution. So that is in your folder in underlined strike-through format as well.
All right, thanks for the update. Councilmember Sobek, you had a question?
Yes. First of all, thank you for working so fast on that today with that comment letter coming in at the last hour. That was great work from our consultant and city staff. I have a question. You mentioned that 2013, this area has been deemed commercial and industrial. Would you, if I can remember right, would that be about the time our general plan was initially adopted?
That is correct. It's been, ever since the city has had its official adopted general plan, that has been EDC.
Okay, thank you. That's all my questions.
I'll ask a quick question that's kind of related to that one. Prior to the city of Menifee being incorporated, we were under the county's RCIP and their Sun City Menifee area plan. And what was the area designated back then? Industrial?
You know, it may have been. I'd need to look into that and get back to you.
No. Any other questions, council members? All right, hearing none. You know, at the city council meeting on May 3rd, we opened the public hearing. We heard some testimony from the appellant, and we continued the item, but we left the public hearing open. So now we will re-enter that public, the appeal hearing, and it is 7:03. And before we take any comments from the public, let's offer the opportunity for the appellant to add any additional comments if he has any. Welcome, sir. If you don't mind restating your name when you come to the podium for the record.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor and council members. My name is John Fox, and I'm with the law firm of Alshire and Winder. We serve as counsel for the city of Paris. After the May 3rd meeting, we did send a letter to the council requesting more than 3 minutes to provide comments with regard to our appeal. And again, I would request that we be provided a little more time, not an excessive amount, but a little more time to address some of the points made by your staff.
We're pretty reasonable over here, so proceed ahead.
Thank you very much. So, staff from the City of Paris has had an opportunity to review the staff report and attachments to it that were prepared for this hearing on the City of Paris appeal of this project, including the responses to the city's comments in the letter the city submitted on May 3rd, 2023. We have also reviewed the revised initial study and mitigated negative declaration dated June 2023, which now include 3 new technical studies: a revised noise study, a revised air quality analysis, and a new health risk assessment. Menifee's Planning Commission has not had an opportunity to consider the revised initial study and M&D or the new technical studies. The city has submitted a new comment letter to you today, as you know. It includes new analysis by traffic engineering firm RK Engineering of the traffic impact study prepared for the project. As set forth in our letter submitted today, RK Engineering identified 3 major flaws in the TIS. The first, the TIS analyzed the intersection of Case Road and Ethanek Road and the intersection of Ethanek Road and Barnett Road as a single aligned and integrated intersection rather than as 2 separate intersections. This approach fails to analyze traffic operations based upon existing conditions. As of the date of this letter, Paris is unaware of any plans to realign the 2 intersections as part of this warehouse project. Analyzing these 2 intersections as a single intersection significantly understates the potential cumulative safety impacts caused by the project related to queuing or the backing up of vehicles and trucks. Under existing conditions, if a single WB67 truck, which we provided exhibits to you, I believe you'll see those on Exhibit 2, queues along Ethanek Road in the 55-foot buffer between Barnett Road and Case Road, in either the westbound or eastbound directions. This would potentially create a conflict for opposing eastbound and westbound left-turning vehicles, creating blind spots and increasing the chances for traffic collisions. Furthermore, a queued truck in the middle of the intersection would potentially block northbound left and right-turning vehicles from Barnett Road onto Ethanek Road, potentially increasing queues as vehicles would be required to wait until a clear path of travel is established. Second, the traffic impact study indicates that a 33% reduction was applied to all right turning volumes for a right turn on red reduction. RK Engineering indicated that this reduction is excessive and that a more appropriate reduction would have been in the range of 15%. In addition, RK Engineering noted that for southbound right-turning vehicles from Case Road onto Ethanek Road, there is a no right turn on red sign, and if you refer to the Exhibit 3 to our letter of today, you will see that. Therefore, a volume reduction should not have been applied to the southbound right turn movement. Again, these excessive reductions serve to understate the foreseeable operational impacts and safety concerns resulting from vehicular stacking at these 2 intersections. Third, even with the incorrect assumption of analyzing the intersections of Ethanek Case and Ethanek Barnett as a single intersection, and with the excessive volume reductions for right turns on red, the traffic impact study revealed queue lengths that are excessive during the AM and PM peak hours. Again, I refer you to Exhibit 4 of our letter. As shown, the eastbound left turn, westbound left turn, and westbound right turn queues extend past the existing stripe pockets, potentially spilling into the through travel lanes along Ethanek Road. Furthermore, if a truck driver correctly identifies the length of his/her truck is too long to fully fit within the 55-foot buffer between Barnett Road and Case Road, these queues will spill back even further into the through lanes along Ethanek Road. When correctly analyzed as 2 separate intersections, the intersections of Ethanek and Case and Ethanek and Barnett show queue lengths during the AM and PM peak hours that are significantly longer for certain movements than those analyzed in the traffic impact study prepared for this project. All of this indicates that with these longer queues, you create a new safety impacts. In addition, the analysis provided by RK Engineering, we would like to highlight several other points made in our letter today. First, Menifee has failed to fully consider the requirements for noise analysis set forth in the King and Gardner versus County of Kern case, referenced in our May 3rd comment letter. The key point of that case is that noise analysis needs to have 2 components. It needs to have an analysis of an increase over ambient noise levels, and it can include an analysis as to exceedance of a threshold, such as 80 dB. That was not done in this case. With regard to Menifee's response to statements that level of service is no longer a metric for determining environmental impacts related to traffic and circulation, the city agrees. However, in eliminating level of service as a metric for CEQA environmental review of traffic impacts, the California legislature clearly stated that the elimination of level of service as a metric as set forth in Public Resources Code section 21099B2 does not relieve a public agency of the requirement to analyze a project's potentially significant transportation impacts related to air quality, noise, safety, or any other impact associated with transportation. Again, we stress that we do not believe the traffic impact study or the initial study has adequately analyzed the potential safety impacts associated with this project. The city has presented a fair argument supported with substantial evidence that this project may cause significant traffic safety impacts requiring the preparation of an environmental impact report. Separately, the traffic safety concerns raised by the City of Paris also support denial of the plot plan. Menifee Municipal Code section 9.80.070 states that to approve a major plot plan, one of the findings the decision maker must make is that the establishment, maintenance, or operation of the proposed project will not be detrimental to the health, safety, or welfare of persons residing or working in the neighborhood of such use or to the general welfare of the city. The city has presented more than sufficient evidence that placing these warehouses near the intersection of Case and Ethanak and Barnett will cause significant traffic safety impacts, which will be detrimental to the health, safety, and general welfare of the persons residing or working in the neighborhood where these warehouses are proposed to be constructed. Therefore, the Menifee City Council should deny this project on that basis alone. Finally, the Menifee's response to the city's May 3rd letter, they noted at the end of their response that they have prepared new technical studies and a new revised M&D and initial study dated June 2023. Again, your Planning Commission has not seen any of these documents. All of this new analysis should have been summarized in the initial study and M&D. Instead, it was merely attached to the back of the initial study and M&D. Furthermore, the magnitude of this new analysis merely attached to the initial study and M&D combined with the city's identification of significant traffic safety impacts warrants recirculation of the initial study and M&D pursuant to CEQA Guidelines Section 15073.5. This new analysis is not meant to merely clarify or amplify prior analysis. It is instead new analysis of new potential environmental impacts that previously were not analyzed. In addition, the failure of the initial study and M&D to accurately analyze potentially traffic safety impacts is grounds alone for requiring recirculation of the revised initial study and M&D. Should this matter end up in litigation, a reviewing court will review the initial study and mitigated negative declaration under the fair argument standard of review. Under this standard, an environmental impact report is required if there is a fair argument supported with substantial evidence that the project may have a significant effect on the environment. It doesn't matter that there may be substantial evidence that would rebut that fair argument. If there is a fair argument, that is all that is required to require an EIR. Furthermore, if a lead agency has failed to appropriately study an area of possible environmental impact, a fair argument may be based on the limited facts in the administrative record. Based upon this standard of review, the City of Paris believes its letters commenting on the initial study and mitigated negative declaration dated March 6th, March 20th, May 3rd, and today present a fair argument supported with substantial evidence that this project may have a significant impact on the environment. In conclusion, the City of Paris again requests that the Menifee City Council grant its appeal and reverse the decision of the Planning Commission and deny the proposed plot plan in light of the significant deficiencies in the project and the initial study in M&D. The City of Paris continues to look forward to working with Menifee to facilitate the preparation and consideration of a project and environmental analysis that complies with CEQA. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Mr. Fox. Madam Clerk, do we have any correspondence received on this item?
Correspondence has been previously noted in your
So
red
it's
folders,
in
no
our red
additional.
All right, very good. And do we have any requests to speak from the public on this item?
No request to speak.
None. All right. I'm going to go ahead and close the appeal hearing. It is 7:16. Council members, it's open for discussion. The recommended action is to do two things: uphold the Planning Commission's approval of an initial study and mitigated negative deck and plot plan for the warehouse project, as well as denying the appeal. Do we have any comments, council members, or discussion or a motion? Councilmember Sobek.
I do have a question, and per the comments, I was wondering if staff could answer if any of this has to go back to Planning Commission.
Okay.
All right, yeah. Mr. Hawley, we will call you up, okay? We'll call you up. Just give us a minute. I think maybe the clerk didn't get the message. All right, go ahead, Councilmember Sobek.
Do we want to hear from Mr. Hawley first, or
You
my
can,
question for
yeah,
staff?
go ahead and ask your question.
Okay, I just want to know from staff, just per the comments that were made, does any of the new evidence presentation, anything that was added, does it need to go back to Planning Commission for any reason?
No, the council in its capacity of the decision tonight can act on this.
Thank you for that clarity.
All right, so I did close the public hearing, but I think I need to reopen it, right, Mr. Attorney? All right, so I'm going to reopen the public hearing, 7:18. We'll go ahead and call the first public commenter, is Mr. Hawley. And if anyone else would like to speak on this agenda item, would you please notify the clerk?
Before you start the clock, do I get as much time as that gentleman did? Because you know I can take up every bit of it. All right, everybody, thank you for letting me talk today.
Brian, use the mic.
Chief, nice seeing you again.
Use your mic, Brian.
I'm here on behalf of talking about the traffic impact that will result in the warehouse. Not about the warehouse or anything else. The gentleman had some good points on Chase, Barnett, which everybody knows this is actually Sun City Boulevard out at the end by Home Depot. What's going to happen is, unless, and I'm asking the city council and the mayor to stop any large truck traffic from going down Barnett and onto Sun City Boulevard, which will go out towards Roush, Marietta Road. They'll all be beelining it, trying to go the shortest route, which is what truck drivers do. Our roads in Sun City were put in, the newest were put in 50 years ago. Any truck traffic that stops at any stop sign will accordion the asphalt there. And those are 25-mile-an-hour zones. And no truck driver in the world is going to drive 25 miles an hour. It's also major traffic for golf carts in the area. And all of us seniors that drive golf carts, we just don't want to get tangled up with the big trucks. So when there's a big truck mess at Chase, Barnett, and Ethonac, they're all going to turn south coming towards us, or they're just going to come south towards us anyways. But I would beg you, please, put a tonnage on the road to stop any truck traffics if this warehouse does go through, because we all know truck drivers, They've got a certain agenda, and that's to make money to get to places as quick as they can. And those trucks just don't belong down our residential streets. And they will come, and it's going to be a mess. So thank you all. Nice seeing you all again.
Thank you, Mr. Hawley. We appreciate your testimony. Madam Clerk, anyone else submit a speaker card?
None that I have.
No more. Does anybody else want to talk on this item that's in the audience? All right, hearing none, I'm going to go ahead and close the public hearing, 7:21. Bring it back behind the rail. Council members, do we have any more discussion on the item, or are we prepared to make a motion? Go ahead, Council Member Estrada.
Thank you, Mayor. I've gone through the Paris appeal and the city's responses, and I want to compliment our staff, our planning commission, and the city attorney's office on their thorough work on it. I don't find Paris's argument to be convincing. In fact, it is just the opposite. Paris seems to be making up so-called legal deficiencies when in reality, it just doesn't like the project. The second point I want to make is the city of Menifee has historically respected the boundaries and land use decisions of its neighbors, and I think Paris should do the same for us. Paris should respect our decision as a sovereign city. On the grounds that Paris has raised, I would reject the appeal. Now, I do have my own separate concerns with the project, which have nothing to do with Paris's argument. I do not feel that it is the right type of development in the right place. I do not think the project is consistent with our city's rural identity and small town feel. Now that the project is before me, I will be voting to overturn approval of the warehouses in this project.
That's it? Okay. All right, so with that, council members, do we have any more discussion? I'm going to make a motion that we adopt the resolution as recommended by the Planning Commission to uphold the approval of the initial study and mitigated negative deck, as well as denying the appeal. Can I get a second?
I'll second.
And that passes 4 yeses and 1 dissent from Councilmember Estrada. We're going to now move to our next item. This is 11.4 Golden Meadows Tentative Track Map number 31194, Major Modification and Zoning Code Amendment. And it looks like Mr. Brady's coming back to the podium, so welcome back, sir. Huh? Russell Brown, sorry.
No,
I
no
keep
problem.
saying Brady. Where am I getting that from?
There used to be a Russell Brady that worked
See,
here.
I'm mixing you guys
I'll
up.
give you that.
You guys did the switch on me. Sorry,
No, not a problem.
Mr. Brown, I'm sorry.
Not a problem. I've been called worse. All right.
I won't do any of that.
All right. So good evening, and thank you, Armando, and good evening, Mayor and council members. So this next item before you tonight is for Golden Meadows project, major modification and zoning code amendment. So a little background on the project. So the project was originally approved by the County of Riverside prior to the city's incorporation, and it included a tentative track map, change of zone, and general plan amendment. The applicant submitted an application on May 20th, 2021 for the major mod and the zoning code amendment to redesign phase 4 of the approved project. February 8th of this year, the Planning Commission made a recommendation to deny the project. And June 7th tonight, here we are, the project is before you due to the zoning code amendment. A little background on the project and its location. So as you're aware, the project is in the southwestern area of the city, south of Garbani Road, north of Wickard, east of Murrieta Road, and west of Hahn Road. The general plan and zoning, so the general plan is 2.1 to 5 residential dwelling units per acre, and the northeast corner of the site is RR5. The zoning as of 2020, when the city did its comprehensive zoning code update, has been Plan Development Overlay, PDO 5. So again, to go back and discuss about what's already been approved on site. So again, in 2007, the county approved 486 single-family lots on 207 gross acres. The project included 3 park sites and again, 49 acres of natural open space due to the topography there in the northeastern area of the project. So a little more on the background and the life of the project, why it's still active is, again, 2007 was the original approval date. There's been several state automatic extensions, and then we're on the 6th one-year extension at the city level. The project has a current expiration date of October 10th of this year. I'm sorry, next year. So the city did approve a phasing map to the existing project site in 2021, and phase 1 is the north central area of the site highlighted in blue, and it consists of 109 residential lots. In phase 1 will include all the major backbone improvements, large park and soccer field in the center of the site there, as well as there's a flood channel that runs through that as well. Phase 2, just south of that, consists of 109 lots. Phase 3, along the west side of the project site, consists of 94 residential lots and a neighborhood park of about 3/4 of an acre. And then phase 4 is on the east side of the project site, consists of 161 residential lots and an existing park about 1.5 acres towards the center of the project site, internal to the site. So the proposed major modification, again, it affects phase 4 only, and it proposes an increase in residential lots from 161 as previously approved to 259. The project proposes to relocate and double the park space, the park area. The park's along Wickard Road there, and the maintenance goes from, as proposed, goes from HOA maintenance to CFD, city maintained. In a close proximation to where the prior park was, they're proposing a 0.61 acre rec center to serve the local residents of the phase. The project did go before PRTC in February, and again to the Planning Commission on February 8th for recommendation to City Council. Let it be noted that the project is entirely within the previously approved development footprint. They're not expanding outside into the natural open space lot. The zoning code amendment. So as mentioned, the project was originally approved by the county, and it didn't, when the city adopted our zoning code, it wasn't necessarily consistent with the current zoning code, and therefore when we did our comprehensive update in 2020, several projects in the area that were county approved were given the PDO designation. And so what the applicant's proposing here is to, I guess the substantial changes would be to reduce the minimum lot size in phase 4 from 6,000 square feet as approved down to 3,780. Minimum lot width would decrease. The front yard setback goes from 20 feet to 15 feet. The rear yard setback is reduced as well. And then let it be noted that although it's 3,780 is the minimum lot size within phase 4, all lots that would front on Wickard Road would be a minimum of 4,500 square feet. This slide shows the approved footprint and the proposed footprint. So again, I guess I touched on those 161 lots for 259. And then there's the breakdown of the lot sizes. So 30 lots would be below 4,000 square feet, 150 lots between 4,000 and 5,000, 57 lots 5,000 to 6,000 square feet, and so on and so forth there. So the proposed parks as part of the major mod and zoning code amendment, Park 1 remains the same, Park 2 remains the same. Again, the park size would more than double in phase 4 and be relocated to along Wickard Road there. The applicant is also proposing the rec center of 0.61 acres to serve the residents. Planning Commission recommendation on February 8th. For the record, the Planning Commission was unable to make the findings for approval, stating that the additional density would be incompatible with the existing surrounding rural land uses. An increase in traffic would result in unsafe conditions to pedestrians, also due to a lack of public infrastructure in the area, and impacts would not be adequately offset by the benefits of the project. So from the Planning Commission recommendation to tonight, the applicant has been diligent in attempting to work and reach out to the neighbors. I believes the applicant can touch on it further, but there's been a couple meetings as well as several phone calls and emails have been exchanged to try to alleviate some of the concerns. So again, the project was originally approved with an EIR. An addendum was prepared to the EIR for the major mod and zoning code amendment. No new significant unavoidable impacts were identified. And let it be noted that if City Council adopts the PC recommendation of tonight to deny the project, CEQA would not apply for disapprovals. Again, staff's recommendation tonight is for the City Council to, per the Planning Commission's recommendation, adopt a City Council resolution denying the zoning code amendment and major modification to tentative track map 31194 based on the findings and conclusions in the staff report. And staff's available to answer any questions you may have, as the applicant, Brian Hardy with Richland Communities, is here as well, and I believe he has a presentation prepared. So.
All right, thank you, Mr. Brown. And at this point, I will invite Mr. Hardy and his team to come on up to the podium, and you're welcome to share some additional information for the council to consider.
Good evening. My name is Terry Galloway. I am the planning consultant for the project representing Richland Communities, the applicant. I would like to thank you, the mayor and the council, for giving us the opportunity to speak tonight. I would also like staff for their participation in making a presentation regarding the project. There's three of us going to kind of divide up our presentation tonight. I'm a little unsure how to work the PowerPoint presentation here. So if Russell Brown can help me with this one.
If IT can please bring up the applicant's presentation.
Okay, I'm the first one to speak, then John's going to speak, and then Brian's going to close. I'm actually going to start the presentation kind of backwards. I'm going to start at the end. What have we done since we had the Planning Commission meeting? After the public and Planning Commissioners' denial, we reached out to the there were 5 people who spoke at the Planning Commission and opposed the project. And as suggested by Commissioner Thomas, we made a commitment. We heard his recommendation, made a commitment to provide a safe path of travel between our project and the the middle school students at the adjacent school. So after the Planning Commission denial, we had staff recommendation for approval. 5 people showed up at the meeting. Conversation went in a direction, and we ended up with a denial. After that, we reached out to meet the neighbors that we hadn't had a chance to meet at that point in time. We also followed up with one of the planning commissioners to give them an opportunity to hear the presentation, more or less, that we're going to give you tonight. After we reached out to the neighbors, we had a neighborhood outreach meeting. I recognize as many of the people in the room that attended that meeting. We had about a dozen or so there. I'd like to thank them for attending. I'd actually like to take the time to thank the 5 people who showed up at the meeting, because if you can tell by my hair, I've been to a lot of these meetings, and a lot of times when people oppose the project, it's not cordial. There's a lot of yelling. Their point of view isn't really articulated very well, and I would say that working with this neighborhood group, and we've met with some of their representatives outside of the meeting, Dave Brown and Ken Stiles, and They've been very transparent and very helpful, and very expressive of what their concerns were, and we understand those concerns. So, and at that neighborhood meeting, I made a commitment to try to help them resolve the problems with their existing traffic, and we've held to that. We prepared 3 options, and we've tried to vet them through staff. This is a work in progress. We've only had a month or so to try to garner some sort of solution for the main concern of the neighbors, which is cut-through traffic at school pickup and drop-off all over their dirt road. Since you weren't able to get those packets, Tina, I brought 11 by 17s of those graphics, and also the one I'm showing on the screen, which is our solution. And I'll get to that in a moment, to provide access to the school. But after we met with the neighbors, we've agreed to some additional benefits and components and improvements to the property. One thing is we added a condition of approval to implement the traffic signal at Wickard and Hahn, which was conditioned to be at the 275th building permit. We moved it up about halfway to the 138th building permit. That's very important because the EIR's traffic study identified this signal, this intersection, where we're going to put in the improvements as part of our, at that intersection as part of our phase 1. Without our project in 2025, that intersection will be at level service F, both morning and evening peak hours. With that signal implemented, that level of service goes to B in the morning and C in the evening. So it's a very big benefit to the community, not just the residents on the dirt road, but through to everybody. And we've made a commitment to move that traffic signal up. So one of their other concerns was the compatibility of property owners that have horses and people that are moving into a new community. So we've agreed to identifying the CC&Rs that the homeowners are living in an equestrian community, so they'll be aware of what to expect. It'll be disclosed to them at the point of sale, and we'll have identifying signage on the community trails and at the park that this is an equestrian-friendly community. We've actually revised the neighborhood park to add a connection to the community trail. As Russell noted, we moved the neighborhood park from an HOA internal 1.5 acre, 1.4 acre park internal to phase 4. We moved it to a long Wickard Road where it would be more connected to the community trail and serve basically the surrounding area and be more centrally located for the public at large. Since we're next to the now community equestrian trail, we've extended that trail into the park and provided a equestrian rest station with a horse hitching post. This may seem like kind of a token gesture, but we wanted to make sure that the equestrian neighbors felt included as part of our neighborhood. And really, when you think about it, it's not really so much of an incidental gesture. If you lived here on horse property and your children or grandchildren can now afford to live in this community because of the proposed changes, then it might be a way for you to meet and connect to them and make use of the non-vehicular transportation elements that are incorporated in our property. We agreed to fund a public information brochure to be kept at the local school, identifying how horses behave, how to behave around horses, and what to expect, what to do when you smell that rural atmosphere or when you have a fly land on you, those types of things. We added a supplemental conditional approval to deed restrict the hillside. The public put a deed restriction over the open space component of our lot so that no other improvements other than the future water tank can go in that hill. That provides a total 49 acre buffer between the rural 5 acre lots and our proposed phase 4. And finally, as the graphic shows here, we've committed to provide an extension of the asphalt paved walkway that basically terminates at the end of Evans and turns the corner at Garbani, and to extend that an additional 1,200 feet along the north side of Garbani to provide an all-weather surface and to propose a crosswalk that connects directly across the street to the school parking lot where there's a full permanent sidewalk. This way people, students accessing and leaving school can not all have to be funneled to the crosswalks at the intersection of Evans Road and Garbani. So that was the kind of the essence of our public outreach and the things that we've tried to accomplish in such a short month of being able to work with them. We're not done, but like I said, we're committed to continue to work with them as long as we can continue to work towards the project. When I met with the homeowners, I made it clear that I understand their concerns. We understand their concerns. We want to be good neighbors. We know that for over 20 years, some of them longer, have lived there in this area, have enjoyed kind of a rural lifestyle. They're happy with that. They don't mind living on unpaved roads, and they just want things to remain the same. They don't want change. Also, in all the time I've done these kind of presentations, that's not uncommon. People don't want change. But really what's happened is things have changed. The city is incorporated. Growth demand has come to the region. KB developed 511 homes to the north of us. Woodside developed another, what I would call suburban type development is coming to this rural area. We're about a third of a mile from what the city has on their general plan as an enterprise zone, trying to attract this. Basically, what I see is probably what would be nice is to replicate the same kind of development in the few blocks that are around this. You know, it's got freeway access at Scott Road and Garbani Road. And what I really heard from the neighbors is they've got a current situation that needs to be resolved. The traffic improvements that they anticipated we would be building in the last 16 years are needed now to solve the traffic problem. If they want to avoid gridlock at Wickard and Hahn, we're really the assistance to them, not the problem. My client is a property owner in Menifee as well. We're not a resident here, but we own major property here. They pay their taxes and they want to do business here. And we're here for the long run. You'll hear in a few months we have another, Richland has another big project, a specific plan project coming forward. And the future is brighter for the adjacent residents with us than without us. Additionally, the project, and staff did a pretty good job of proposing this project. One of the questions that came up with the neighbors is, you know, why are you doing this? It's been 16 years. We were kind of glad you guys went away. I mean, that's honest. I mean, what they said. So I will tell you, you know, we have 486 lots of roughly the same thing. They're homes that are going to sell for high sixes, low $700,000, and that's a lot of one thing. Market has changed. Housing demand, as I said, is encroaching. We've had additional improvements burdened onto the project. $6.5 million water tank improvement to benefit the city and to provide, you know, water for all the future surrounding uses in excess of what we need. And we're coming before you because we want to keep about 300 of those large lots, but we want to convert 161 of the larger lots that are in the middle of our project that are well buffered by Wickard Road and the rest of our project to the south, and by 46 acres of natural open space to the north. And we want to provide another product. We're not proposing subsidized housing. We're not proposing rental property. We're proposing for sale homes. It's modeled after a product called Lilac at Country View. That's our smallest product. That's selling nearby in the county in the mid to high fours. We believe it'll command high fours to low fives in this location because it's a much better location. That will attract, well, we do this internal scenario where an entry-level planner at the city and a local school teacher with 3 years tenure can qualify to buy one of these homes. And we're trying to provide that. Now, before I sound like we're all altruistic and we're doing this all for everybody who wants to afford a home, this is what we need to to make the project pencil. And this is what we need to be able to bring in 2 product lines so that the sales duration of this project isn't selling 4 of one thing until we sell out of 484 homes. Now we can sell multiple product lines at one time. That makes it much more attractive to a builder because, you know, we have a cycle that goes on about every 7 years where the market changes. We believe we're consistent with the general plan. The findings of staff at Planning Commission was that we were within the general plan. I know the findings at City Council are a little bit different than that, but the general plan allows 276 units. We're proposing 271. The general plan has an underlying density of 2.1 to 5 DU per acre. We're on the very low side of that at 2.76. The KB project just to the north of us is at 3.1 by comparison. What we're proposing is a text change to the zoning ordinance. We're within the same development footprint. We won't have any more light and glare. We have 85 more homes, so we'll have 85 more homes traffic. But we're providing the improvements to accommodate those. The text changes are mainly to accommodate the smaller lot size and to provide an architectural style where we can put living space closer to the street than the garage. We're not changing the driveway dimension, the garage dimension. We worked with over 2 years with staff to vet out all these development standards, and ignorantly I thought that had been vetted with Planning Commission as well, and everybody was on board, and we did not make the attempt to do the public outreach. We did not make the attempt to reach out to planning commissioners until very late. So we're getting a late start, but we're trying to make up for some lost ground. Really, the thing that we're trying to do is simply reduce the lot size minimum from 6,000 square feet in planning area 4 to 4,000 square foot lots and 3,870 square foot lots like the Lilac Homes. By the way, I totally forgot to fast forward through this presentation. I'm now on slide 4, but this is the comparison of the old project and the approved project and the proposed project. You can see that roughly everything pretty looks the same. We've got a larger park and smaller lots in phase 4. This is the general plan. This shows Hidden Hills to the north of us, the KB project at 3.1, Woodside at 3.26, and our density at about 2.27. Got a couple pretty pictures to show you. This is an artist rendering of our project, a grading plan set onto Google Earth. This is looking northwest. You can see the large knoll and Garbani Road up at the kind of in the middle of the page. This is looking north the other direction. You can see the city of Menifee in the background. You can see the very important 0.8 of a fully paved Wickard Road improvement all the way through our project and the community trail connecting the park system. This is another aerial view with our actual site plan, illustrative set on the map. You can see here we identified the location of the neighbors that spoke at the Planning Commission. We wanted to reach out to them. This is no means something we're going to set out to our Italian hit list people. So don't worry about that. This is just for our own edification. We were trying to reach out to people. You'll see there's a little X there. I'm going to pass my presentation on to John in a moment, and he'll show you that's the closest resident to our planned area 4. It would probably be what we'd call the most impacted in terms of compatibility. They're 146 feet above us, and they're about 1/8 of a mile away. Sometimes people don't know what 1/8 of a mile is, but that's 3 golf strokes for me to be able to hit that far. It's quite a distance. This is the overall project. I've now caught up with my own presentation, so I'm going to proceed. Staff covered this pretty well. I just want to say overall, we're over 9,000 square foot lots. In planning area 4, we average 4,877 foot lots, and this is not in any way, as it might have been mentioned at the Planning Commission, any kind of subsidized housing. This is for sale market rate housing. The site plan you know, the new project fixes a 16-year-old plan that hasn't been able to move forward, creates a more diverse neighborhood. At the bottom here, this slide is kind of a list of the types of buyers we think will be attracted to the 2 new product programs: first-time homeowners, dual-earner households, people who want a big house, but they don't want a big yard, and they want to live in a nice location. A lot has been said about the park that we're proposing. This is the prior park and the proposed park. You can see it's more than just that we've made it 225% larger. We've added some pretty significant amenities that are beneficial to the surrounding residents and future residents. That includes an informal youth soccer field. That includes a full court sports court for basketball, a lot of youth activities here. We've maintained the cover seating, but we've also included an outdoor group picnic area and the same number of pathways. We took the play structure previously approved in 2007 and put a shade structure over it so that kids can play on the tot lot underneath a roof structure. And in addition, I just want to point out, in addition to the increased amenities and the increased park size, Golden Meadows contributes about $185,000 towards in-lieu park fees. So I'm going to pass the presentation on to John, who's going to talk about land use compatibility. And I thank you very much for your time. I'll be available to answer any questions about my presentation at the end.
Thank you, Terry. Mr. Mayor, council members, my name is John Erskine. I'm with the law firm of Nossaman LLP. And like Terry, as you can probably tell from my complete lack of hair, I've been doing this a lot of years as well. And I know that you've heard enough from the applicant probably already, so I'm gonna try to speed through the few points that Richland wanted me to make tonight that I think are important from a land use standpoint. So if you look at this map, you'll see the Richland Golden Meadows project in the south and in the orange square there. The allowable density, as Terry said, is 2.1 to 5.0 DU dwelling units per acre. The proposed density is 2.75, so we're within that. So we are consistent with the land use element of the general plan. If you look at the proximity to the economic development southern community, southern gateway, we're about a quarter mile from that. That's an important connection that will support your future economic growth, and evidences that we're consistent with your economic development element. I'm going to skip over a couple of other points in the interest of time. The main points I wanted to make is that the project, in our view, from a land use standpoint, is consistent with your general plan. Is consistent, if you look at the green box, this is just a summary of what's in the staff report. We are consistent with the land use element, implementing a balance of proposed land uses. We are consistent with the housing element, providing a greater range of home ownership choices to existing and future city residents. As some of you know, particularly if you're serving on SCAG or whatever, the state housing law requires that you provide housing for all economic segments of the community. That's the basic state HCD and state housing law. And this project is an important component of that. We are consistent with the community design element, with the transportation element, because of the improvements that, and Brian will touch on those improvements to Wickard Road and other fair share cost apportionments. We're consistent with the open space element. We implement several parks, trails, and recreational amenities. We are consistent with the infrastructure element. And overall, we think the project is compatible with your general plan. One of the other points that Terry touched on is, and this is a cross-section showing the relationship of the project to the adjacent rural housing. It's about 230 yards, which, whether you're a good or a bad golfer, that's a long par 3. Trust me. So, and it's uphill from the project. The closest existing house is, as we said, is 230 yards. Then there is 49 acres of natural open space included in the proposed project buffer. And those were the only points I wanted to make, other than to say that the findings for denial, particularly in section 2 of your staff report, are all really findings for approval. They are all very positive findings, and I'm not going to go into each one of them, but if you look at your staff report, those findings support approval of the project. And I will bring up Brian.
Good evening, Mayor, members of the City Council, and members of our neighbors and public. Good to see everyone here. I know it's a lot of time to come here, and I appreciate everyone being here tonight on behalf of our project. So I appreciate everyone's time on both sides of the equation. So my job is to talk about the project benefits, and hold on. So let me advance the slide to my little section here. So some of the project benefits that our project brings, one is there's some major traffic issues out here that have occurred over time with development in the area. You know, a lot of other smaller developments that can't do major improvements like this project can. Our project is improving a major east-west connection between Murrieta and Hahn that does not exist today. When you go out there and you try to get from one side of the project to the other, it's almost impossible. You have to go all the way around up to the high school, back around and down. It's about a 10-minute drive. That's not safe for public safety, for fire, for emergency services, or the public in the case of an emergency. So improvement of that east-west corridor of Wickard Road and making that major connection between the site is a major benefit to the area. And in addition to that, we also improved the signal at Wickard and Hahn. And as Terry alluded to, although it's not triggered until the 275th building permit, we understand the concern, and we recognize the issues out there. We've moved it up by half to the 138th building permit. The total cost of Wickard Road and the construction of the road and doing all the improvements associated with it and that signal is about $6.5 million to the project. That's a major, major infrastructure improvement that this project brings. If the city were to build it, it would be significantly more costly because of the requirements for prevailing wage and things like that. Beyond that, Terry talked about it a little bit, but I want to hit it again. The project brings that from a level of service F in 2025 with no project in 2025 to a level of service B in the morning and C in the PM. And that is with the project fully built out with the additional 85 homes with the project. Some other discussions of improvements relating to traffic and infrastructure. We also have some fair share fees that we pay for signals. You know, there's a lot of intersections that you analyze all these intersections around your project that you might have a minor impact to, and so you're required to pay a fair share towards that signal. All in all, rough numbers based on what it costs for signals today, and you add up all those percentages, it's about $217,000 that we would be paying in today's dollars for fair share towards other signals at other intersections. That's roughly about half of another signal. In addition to that, we have our diff fees. There's a component in the diff fee for circulation elements that goes to the city, and that's about $4,700 a door. That equates to about $2.7 million in fees that just go for circulation alone based on our 571 unit count. Additionally, in terms of schools, our school fees, we have a school mitigation agreement on this project. So, and I actually just use the number that's the base number for school fees to be conservative. We actually pay more. But all in all, the project pays about $6.5 million in school fees to the schools. So project benefits. When I started working on this project, about 5 years ago, there was no requirement for a tank. That we did have to put the 18-inch water line that runs all the way through Wickard, all the way to Hahn, but there was no tank. The tank came about a few years ago, about 3 years ago, working with the MWD, and all of the tank, you know, it's a hard thing to come out of thin air, but it came out of thin air, and now we have to build not only one 2 million gallon tank, but a second site for a future 2 million gallon tank right next to it. We use about 700,000 gallons of that. So nonetheless, again, it's another about $6.5 million project for the project. That builds that facility that not only benefits our site, but the entire region, basically everything you see in pink up there on that little diagram. And the benefit to the public in the area is the other tank that is in the area is that yellow square. It's about a half-mile away. That's the only tank that serves that whole area. If that tank were to go down, there's no backup. That is their only facility. So this tank is a major, major need for the area, not only for safety and fire service, but for pressure issues. There's been a lot of pressure complaints in the area, and to serve the area as a greater good for the water service. Again, and also in addition to the tank, we put an 18-inch line all the way down through our site and all the way over to Hahn. And why that's also important, we've talked about the enterprise zone in the city, the economic development core that's along the 215. That site, in order to develop, there's no real water capacity in this area because there is no tank. This tank will not only serve our site, but it serves that pressure zone that the economic development core falls within as well. So by putting in our $6.5 million towards this tank, and that allows that economic development core to develop and provides capacity for that, all those extra gallons that we aren't using will be able to provide water to that economic development area. Plus, furthermore, our 18-inch line in Wickard comes all the way over to Hahn, which is that road that bounds the west boundary of the economic development core, and provides an 18-inch water line right at the frontage of that area. So providing capacity and a water line to tie into will allow that economic development core to develop more likely. Just another little hit on the economic development. So while we're talking about it in that area, for that to develop, I know it's an important thing for the city to bring commercial to the area and a different mix of developments there. In addition to having services and water and road infrastructure, rooftops are also important, and not just all of the same type of rooftops. A good mix of incomes and rooftops and different housing types are important as well. This is kind of the connectivity that we looked at in terms of how to get the kids to the school and existing issues, which Terry hit on too, and we've agreed to add in the extra 1,200 feet of interim asphalt from Evans over to the school. So these are the conditions of approval that we kind of had sent to staff, and why do we want these? One, because they're tied to phase 4. We want to make sure that what we've committed to, like we said, we have about 500 acres of land in the city of Menifee and about 1,800 future housing units that we own in all districts of the city. We have a vested interest in doing a quality project here, and when we ultimately sell this to a Landsea or a Lennar to build, we want to make sure that they follow through on the promises we made. So conditions are the key to that. Those are our contract, that's our agreement. So we've drafted these to basically follow through and walk the walk on what we've committed to. I don't want to go through all of these because there's a lot of words on a page, but the first one I do want to hit on, and that talks about, you know, a condition of to continue to work with our neighbors in terms of how to work through the Garbani Road cut-through issue. It allows the planning director or the community development director to deem it not feasible. It talks about some requirements about the neighbors agreeing to what we're proposing to do. If in the case it's deemed infeasible, what we propose to do is to incorporate that road into our CFD. All of those approvals that were done before us on the CFDs for maintenance earlier, we would incorporate it into our CFD and fund the city to maintain the road of Garbani until it's ultimately paved to a higher level. So our CFD would fund the maintenance of Garbani Road until it's ultimately paved. So this is also talking about some disclosure in the CCNRs. We want to make sure that when the home buyers do buy in the community, that they understand it's a rural community surrounding them, and that comes with rural things, equestrian, horses, and those sorts of things. We also go a step further by putting that into the CCNRs. So there's a legal document that says that there is rural uses surrounding the property, and not only do they surround you, those rural uses are going to use the park. They have the right to use the park. They have the right to use the trail. And beyond that, that also provides legal recourse and a legal document that says that you guys do have the right to utilize it. Let's see. We talked about we also talk about doing, trying to condition that the ultimate marketing of the project is of a rural nature and rural theme, and some rural architecture, in like the modern farmhouse and things like that lend themselves to a rural feel. That's a condition as well. And I won't read through all of these, but if anyone wants me to go back, I can go through them in more detail. And last is number 7. Which Terry also talked about. We've agreed, this is a recent condition we've added to deed restrict the 45 acres of open space. It's actually, we keep calling it open space, but it's really a rural residential area. You could build 8 homes there. So what we would propose is to deed restrict it to not allow any housing on those 45 acres other than the tank. So I don't want to beat everyone to death with the parks, but we've got a lot of them. They're all very well connected with a trail. In addition to the roads we put in, we've got a significant amount of trails. We've changed the trail to an equestrian trail. We've added a lot of connectivity within our site. So, I mean, these parks, some of them are city parks and maintained by the CFD. Some of them are maintained by the HOA, but they are all public parks and publicly available. This is our park that we've seen many times. I just want to hit again on adding the equestrian hitching post rest area. Again, Terry said it's kind of token, and I agree, but I think it's less about that and more about being welcoming to the neighbors and to the rural community to use the park. This is a public park. It's not just for the residents in our community. This is actually in phase 2, but this is if everyone's familiar with the site, there's a ravine that kind of goes through the site, a drainage area, and we do actually avoid that and retain it in its open space. We wanted to, as a part of this phase 4, even though it is in phase 2, we wanted to add another opportunity to recreate. So we added a half-mile jogging loop around that open space trail, and we've added workout stations throughout the half-mile running loop. So, and all of these things are kind of tied to phase 4. So these conditions, the only way to really get these things in and have them documented and a part of our conditions is by approving this project. So these things are coming part and parcel with the approval for our project. This is the main park, has a soccer field, bathrooms. This is the large main park over in phase 2. Dog park, this is also in phase 3. This is also public facility maintained by the HOA. This is the amenity. This is in phase 4, to be determined whether it would only be for the phase 4 residents or for Golden Meadows as a whole. That would ultimately be up to the developer builder. But we did add this. The housing, while these are conventional homes on conventional lots, they are very low maintenance. You've got a small backyard. You do have a yard. You can have your dog back there. You can have a little small area of grass and a barbecue. But you're not putting a pool back there. You're not putting an accessory dwelling unit back there. So you do need a little bit higher end rec facility to recreate with the pools. So that was an add that we did not have before. So just to end on a few items, just in terms of Richland, we've been around about 40 years, plus years, privately owned, all private equity. We don't have loans on any of our properties. We're an extremely patient company. We'll hold land very long to do the right thing. Again, we have a lot of land in Menifee, Riverside, San Bernardino, Northern California, but very intensive in Riverside County. This is a partnership with the city. We feel at the end of the day, we've really tried to work with staff and work with the neighbors and try to do a quality project here, and we're looking forward to be here again in a few months on another project. So we hope you see the effort we put in, and we hope to request that tonight that the Planning Commission recommendation for denial be overturned, and that we get an approval for this project this evening. And further, if that cannot be done and we don't have support, we'd like to request to be continued, but with the continuance to have a lot of detailed information on how to go work with staff to move on to the next step to move to an approval. So again, I'm here for any questions. Terry's here, and John, we're happy to answer any questions.
All right, thank you, Mr. Hardy. Appreciate the good presentation from you and your team. At this time, council members, what I'd like to do is just offer our opportunity for questions of either staff or the applicant. We're going to try to refrain from sharing our concerns and thoughts and more in line with questions, and then we'll open the public hearing and take take public comment. So, council members, anybody have any questions for staff or for the applicant? All right, Councilmember Sobek's in the queue.
Yes, I need some clarification.
You want staff or the applicant?
So I don't know if staff wants to give it or the applicant. Either of you could answer. The question is, on Wickard Road, is the applicant paving all the way from their site all the way to Hahn? Are they paving, and is that a requirement to pave all that way?
I can answer that question.
Okay.
So through our site, we're providing Wickard Road to the full city planned width. That's about 0.8 of a mile. From our east boundary line to the existing pavement on Hahn, which is on Wickard, which is a little to the west of Hahn Road. There's some existing pavement. There's a facility there and there's some paving. But from the end of the existing pavement to our project site, we are going to install paving, not the full gutters and sidewalk and improvements, but we are paving that road for vehicular traffic and installing the signal.
And that signal is at Hahn
and Wickard.
Okay. Also, you kept mentioning that you want to protect the rural lifestyle. Do you have any of the housing properties that are for horse property? So
the approved project and the proposed project, none of the lots are horse, this is where I show that I'm not a horse person, cannot have a barn or a stable or whatever you guys call it.
Equestrian, there's no lots large enough on the outside or anything for horse property.
Whatever the proper word is.
Is that a consideration if that was something that, I don't know because I haven't heard from the homeowners yet, protecting the lifestyle and that is there, would that be an option for any of the parcels to provide a split rail horse lifestyle in case that was a need or a want?
That's not an easy question, and I'm not sure I have the answer for that.
When
we met with the neighborhood group, their concern wasn't the lack of additional horse property. I think it was conveyed that if they had larger lots, they would have a preference. But I believe, and I don't want to be non-credible, but I think you have to have a half acre to own a house, and there's no interest in the marketplace for our clients, our builders, to provide that product, and didn't seem to be something that the neighborhood thought was an issue in terms of compatibility. Keep in mind that our phase 4, where we're changing the lot size, from everything else is staying the same, is internalized in our site. all of the adjacent property owners to the south have the same condition that was approved in 2007 with a little enhancement to the park, like Brian said, with the park course and the jogging trail. Once you get north of Wickard Road, that's where we're proposing the change. It's buffered by our own project to the south and by 46 acres, 45 acres of open space and 49 acres total of basically hillside and 146 feet of vertical separation. We think that provides enough compatibility and buffer to be considered compatible with rural type development. I would say when I've been out to the property trying to understand the traffic issues and everything, I was driving along Tupelo and Sheridan next to the Woodside project. They have along Tupelo, they have houses that back onto that road. And I know our neighbors have 2, 3, 4 horses on each one of their lots. I can see them when I was there, but directly across the street on Tupelo, I stopped counting at 100 horses, and they're 60 feet away. We provide 146 feet of vertical change and 49 feet of what we'll deed as permanent open space. We think that's a protection of the rural character. I wasn't here when the city was incorporated. I know from talking to Dave Brown that this project was seen through the county, and the local residents felt like they were slapped in the face by the county, and this might have been, as it's been relayed to me, one of the reasons why this city incorporated. But the rural character, as it's defined on your general plan, and we're just continuing to implement the city's general plan. The rural development, those 5-acre lots, coincidentally, correspond to a topographic feature that really relates, it's land suitability rather than land use compatibility.
Okay, thank you. I think you answered my question. Would you say that the main concern of the residents is traffic in that area?
I would say that's their first and second and third main concern.
All right. All right. Thank you for the clarifications.
Any other questions, council members? All right, hearing none, I'm going to go ahead and open a public hearing. It is 8:17. Madam Clerk, do we have any correspondence received on this agenda item?
Correspondence has been received in the council's red folders.
Excellent, thank you. And then was the item legally noticed?
Yes, it was.
Okay, at this time, we're going to take public testimony, and I'll remind each speaker that you're limited to 3 minutes. So, Madam Clerk, if you would please call the first public commenter.
Brian Hawley, followed by Lisa Spetz.
All right, I think Brian Hawley spoke on the earlier agenda item.
So Lisa Spetz, followed by Tom Furman.
All right, welcome, Ms. Spetz.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. I reside on Wickard Road where this proposed, well, it's not proposed, it is now, we were just talking about the proposed extra 100 homes that Richmond American wants to build now. I'm not sure about my math here, but they keep speaking about the extra 85 homes that they want to build, but I have 103 extra homes they want to build, and I'm not sure where I got that or where they got the 85, but if you'd like to correct me on that, that'd be great. So yes, in 2007, Riverside County kind of gave us a punch in the face with approving this particular development. Before that, when we moved there 30 years ago, it was 2.5-acre minimum parcels over there. And then they came in at 2007 and they got this approved, but before that a bunch of us went out there in 2007 to the county and talked about things that needed to be done if they're going to bring this in, like the horse trails and that. And that's something that we really appreciate, and appreciate Richmond American for looking at everything and trying to, give us what if this is what we're going to have, improve the area with horse trails and some open space. But some of the major topics here are roadway congestion. Now, the light that they're proposing to put on Hahn Road and Wickard Road And the pathway going through Hahn and Wickard, going over by the middle school, talk about relieving congestion. Well, you got to think about all the homes they're going to build. So that would be great right now, relieving our congestion. And at Hahn and Wickard Road, we need that light there. We've needed there for years. I've been hit. My daughter's been hit. Our surrounding neighbors have all been pretty much hit there. So that's been needed for years. That's not going to relieve congestion. That's just going to make it safer, which we've needed that for many, many years, like I've said. But then coming in and putting that in, that's great. But it's also going to bring in 570 more units, times 2 cars, the average of a family of 4 people. Where are we going to put all these kids in school? You've got that many more cars on the road. It's not going to alleviate congestion. It's just going to add to our city of congestion. Right now, we're stuffed. We're so stuffed. It's going to be very hard to get emergency response people out there. Any kind of disaster around here, we're not going to be able to get out of our homes. You just sit there and pray. So, running out of time here. City Council, I just really recommend that you deny this major modification to track 31194. The extra 100 homes, that's just really...
Ms. Spetz, your time is up.
Thank you. That's just really something we don't need on top of all the other ones coming in. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your time tonight. Madam Clerk, would you please call the next speaker?
Tom Furman, followed by Krista Pinn.
Welcome, Mr. Furman.
Welcome all. I've lived in this city for 31 years and I've enjoyed the rural lifestyle. But the developer may paint it all rosy and nice for the people that like the rural lifestyle, but their attitude basically is, well, if you don't like it, you can move on. But what I'm mainly concerned with is that 2 major arteries from the west are Scott Road and Holland Road, which neither of them have a development plan. They don't have a budget. They don't have nothing. And from the information I can get from Armando and the city staff, nothing will be done on those 2 major arteries that head right towards that development for over 10 years. So what I'm saying, we got to fix our traffic problem and not have this high density development. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Mr. Furman. And Madam Clerk, would you call the next speaker again? I missed the name.
Krista Pinn, followed by Dave Brown.
Welcome, Ms. Penn.
Thank you, Mayor Zimmerman and City Council. My name is Krista Penn, and I live on Wickard. I live on 11.4 acres. I am a rural, I have horses. I've lived there for 22 years. This property is going to back up right to my house, and what I'm concerned about, if you look at this property, is the whole entire property is surrounded by rural roads. Getting out to Scott Road, you know, there's going to be a couple paths that they've got, one going into the school, which is already so, you know, overloaded, and then the rest pushing everyone up to Scott Road. They're all dirt roads. We ride our horses on them, so we do choose to have dirt roads, but they do flood in the winter. They're really hard to drive on, and we're gonna have a flood of all of these people coming through trying to get out onto Scott Road, you know, with all the traffic spots. So I'm highly concerned. I think it's a very serious issue that we have here with all the new cars coming in. So I am against this Phase 4 project, and I just really hope you'll consider all the serious issues regarding it. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Next speaker, please.
Dave Brown, followed by Kathleen Heffley.
Good evening, Mayor, members of the council, city staff. Appreciate you very much enduring this public hearing on our behalf. So, first of all, I would really like to thank Brian Hardy and Terry Galloway. They really went out of their way to incorporate the community and meet with us and try to make this project palatable, but it just did not fit in this rule. environment. I also like to thank Cheryl, obviously wonderful city staff, Russell Brown, and Chief Walsh. He didn't do anything for us on this project, but he's just a great guy, and I appreciate him very much. I'm going to give a history lesson. I know that's a challenging thing with Mayor Zimmerman in the room, but I've been a resident of Menifee for 33 years, and in 2007 we did, as a community, go to, this is prior to incorporation, we went to the County Planning Commission. We got a unanimous recommendation to deny this project. It went to the Board of Supervisors, and the Board of Supervisors overturned it. About a year later, annexation was a topic, and my neighbors sought me out and said, hey, you're a city guy, why don't you tell us about this annexation? We don't want to live in a city, we live in the county. So we talked about what happened to us being county residents, and we talked about local control, and we had, community meetings, and I think I convinced most of y'all to vote for annexation for this very reason, so that we'd have access to our city leaders and we'd have local control of our community. And so I just ask you quickly to ask yourselves a couple of questions before you vote tonight. Number one, would you have approved this project had you not inherited it from the county? In an area that is zone rural and rural residential. There's a lot's been said tonight about the fact that this project it complies with the general plan. Remember, the reason the general plan was changed is because you inherited this project from the county. Otherwise, this project would be sitting in a rural zone. So we appreciate you very much listening to us. We ask you to trust the recommendation of your appointees to the Planning Commission. They voted 5-0 to recommend that you deny this major modification, and we respectfully ask you to uphold that tonight. And just a piece of irony that I thought as I sat and listened, this project is named Golden Meadows, and really what it's going to do, and we understand that you inherited this, but it's going to take one of the last golden meadows in our great city and turn it into a housing tract. So we know that's coming. We know that we can't stop it, but we do strongly oppose the additional smaller lots. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Brown.
Kathleen Heffley, followed by John Erskine.
Welcome, Ms. Heffley.
Hey, Bill. Hey, Bob, council members, and my neighbors. I've had family living in this valley since the late 50s, early 60s. Not just Menifee Valley, but Temecula, Murrieta. I've seen a lot of growth, a lot of amazing things. Some stuff I like, some not. But this project, it's just a gem where we live. I'm so thankful for it. My daughter, she just had her wedding at the ranch. Just amazing. Can't wait for you to see the video. Anyway, I've been told, and we've all been told, that buyers want less property. And I just want to let you know that it's not an opinion. I thought I would look up a little statistics for you, so it's not just not coming from my experience or somebody disagreeing with me. But according to the National Association of Realtors, that the median distance buyers moving to the house rose from 50 miles instead of 15. We've also got, they're coming from Orange County to out here. They want more room. See, buyers want, according to the World Property News, backyards serving as an extension of a home, and it's the new must-have feature for home buyers in the U.S. in 2023. According to Zillow analysis, which is mentioned 22% more often in for sale listings compared to a year ago. This pandemic has really just kicked us in the gut, and people want more room. So when we're looking at a housing tract that's going to give 3,000 or 3,700 square foot lot sizes, that's like a townhome or a condo. People that want less go to those communities. They want more storage. They want more room so they can have extended features from the house, like living areas, to like kitchen living areas outside. And that's also mentioned in Zillow. The patios and pools are also surged up by more than 13 and 11% respectively in 2022 as listing descriptions that are posted in Zillow. Outdoor features suggest the pandemic changed the way we want to live for good, priming the backyard for a 2023 evolution. So please understand that when I am an expert in this area, I've sold real estate for 16 years. I'm a broker associate at Exit Realty. I know my stuff. My buyers want more room, more storage, RV parking, and gosh, they love being around the horses, but they want the room. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Ms. Effley. Do we have any more speakers, Madam Clerk?
Craig Gruber, followed by Leslie Fairbairn.
Welcome, Mr. Gruber. Yes.
Thank you, City Council and Mayor, for your service to our city and also for the time to listen to us tonight. I live on Garbani Road, up against this project, lived there for 23 years. And I've also taught here at Menifee Union School District for 23 years as a public school teacher, special ed teacher in the neighborhood elementary school. And I did want to thank Terry and Brian. They did come out and meet with us after we had, with all of us who spoke at the last meeting in the Planning Commission. And they came out and worked with us, and we do appreciate that. I think this is a great project someplace, just not in our neighborhood because it doesn't fit with anything we have there. Some other places, I think it'd be a really great place. We were all against it, like Dave Brown said. I'm one of his neighbors that worked with them on that. I won't repeat all that, but in 2007, we were against this, and we're still against it now. Last night, as I rode home from my Leslie will speak next, in Justin's house, I rode my horse home from their house right through the middle of this field, something I've done almost every day for the last 23 years. And it really made me think about it. You know, we have cattle at their house. We were roping our cattle over there that we share. All my neighbors that are here tonight have poultry, they have chickens, they have racing pigeons, they have goats, they have pigs. So when we're going to be right up against, like Krista said, you know, she's got 11 acres. We're all at 2.5 acre minimums. Most of us are 3 to 5. When it's just not compatible with our neighborhood. The county did, you know, kick us in the gut when they overruled what their planning commission said. And that is the reason, like Dave said, we decided to vote for annexation, why we all supported the city in the rural area, because we wanted to have local control and our own local leaders that got to vote on this. The nearest county supervisor that voted to allow this tract housing in the middle of our rural agricultural zoning lived 25 miles away, nowhere near Menifee. So I realize that you inherited this project, but we're asking you to not allow the additional housing. We think we'll grossly exaggerate the irrational and unethical zoning contrast that offers no buffer zone for all of us. And I think it is kind of important to note that the city plan that we adopted from the county, besides this overlay that came over for this housing development, still calls for 5 acre minimums on a good portion of this phase 4. So when you're talking about 3,780 square foot lots, that's 1/11 of an acre, 1/11 of an acre, where it was supposed to be minimum 5 acre lots. That's a pretty big difference. So I get it if this was the last place in Menifee. If everything else had been built out in our city and there was nothing left and we really needed housing, like people really need it, that'd be one thing. But that's not the case. We have stuff all along this Newport corridor that's zoned and has the infrastructure for it. We do not have the infrastructure. Our dirt roads can't handle it. We're on septic tanks. We're on wells. We don't have sewage. We don't have city water. So I think this would be a better fit somewhere where row houses would fit closer to Menifee Town Village and not out in the middle of our farms and ranches. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Gruber. Next speaker, please.
Leslie Fairbairn, followed by Janelle Fitzgerald.
Welcome, Ms. Fairbairn.
Thank you, everyone, for having us, and thank you for taking the time to listen to us this evening. I'm going to try to keep it short and sweet. So, as everyone said, Riverside County really did us no favors in agreeing to this, but we're left with it. The idea of building 500 plus houses completely encompassed by these all of our rural homes obviously blew across someone's desk without a second glance, and here we are to work with it. We can't change the initial agreement. Now we're being proposed with the request to add on an additional anywhere from 80 to 100. The numbers kind of keep changing to this master plan. The reality is that the additional homes is to recoup some of the land improvement costs, the largest probably being with the water tower improvements that they're requesting. A few parks, a light, a paved road, it brings some rewards, I get that. but we're also bringing in greater consequences. We really need to discuss the impact of the traffic through the Evans, Garbani, Wickard kind of intersection that's going on there. There's really only two options to get in and out of this area. One at Hahn and Wickard, and then the other over here at Garbani. This is already a vulnerable site. Do us a favor, if you haven't already checked it out, be warned. There's kids, lots of them. There's drivers, and again, lots of them. We have kids on bikes, kids on scooters, kids walking. Some obey the traffic rules, some don't. Some stick to the sidewalk, some are on the roads. There isn't even a completed sidewalk, to my understanding, on Garbani in front of the Menifee Middle School, Boys and Girls Club, that whole area. Then there's drivers. You know, we have distracted drivers, moms and dads rushing, you know, to drop off their kids. Gosh, we have newly licensed drivers, like, you know, on their way to Paloma, all of our high school kids, all of that. There's not a light here. We can't even get a crossing guard. It's not just that intersection, it's several of them between the Menifee Middle School, Boys and Girls Club, Paloma High School. Driving through this area, particularly during school hours, is already an accident waiting to happen. You know, this typical type of scenario already played out poorly near Evans Ranch School a few years ago. I don't know if you guys remember the mom that got hit by a car while she was walking across the crosswalk at Evans in Newport. I do. It's not good. These new homes are bringing more drivers to an already taxed situation. Every new home that gets built increases our risk of a catastrophic event to our community. Accidents are called accidents for a reason, but an increase in traffic will guarantee an increase in occurrences. Who's willing to give up? A kid, a loved one, any of that. We need to be responsible and do our part to try to mitigate possible losses. These representatives, these gentlemen, we've spoke with them on a handful of occasions, 3 times now. They don't know our area's history. They're looking to put a nice bow on this package and sell it on to Lennar, KB, whomever. But they don't know the charm that Menifee has or understand why it is that we all chose to live here and raise our families here. As far as for their continuance request, this is now—
Ms. Fairbairn, your 3 minutes are up.
Okay, that's good. Thanks, you guys.
Thank you.
Janelle Fitzgerald.
All right. That 3 minutes goes fast, doesn't it? All right, Janelle, Ms. Fitzgerald, welcome.
Hi, thanks for the opportunity and letting me speak. My family, we moved out here in 92 or 93, and it was beautiful. We had rolling hills and there was open spaces, and it was a wonderful way to let our family grow up. But since then, my fear is, like the other lady was talking about, is on Garbani. I live on the upper end of Garbani, away from the school, and that is an accident waiting to happen. And my fear is that a child is either going to get hurt or worse. And it's craziness to think that already now when people come drop off school, you know, and pick up, they come up Craig, they go across Byers, and they come flying down Garbani. And it's wonderful that this new community wants to let it be equestrian related. But most of us that live on a dirt road and have horses and animals and all that, we know how to drive on a dirt road. And when there's animals or whatever, we slow down. It's not us that is making the problem. It's all the other parents that are in a hurry to get to school, to drop off their kids. They don't care if they're flying down your dirt road. It's not their dirt road or their track home. And to bring in all these extra people and homes, it's just gonna be worse. I don't understand how we can do that. I mean, especially for the safety of our children. And like she said, you know, like, what's the worst case? You know, none of us wanna let that happen. And that's how I feel about the whole situation. I just don't think it's gonna be good. And by the way, we're so excited at drop-offs and pickups, probably from 2:30 to 3:30 or almost 4, we can hardly leave our house. And we're so excited that school's gonna be out like next week that we don't have to worry when we drive out of Garbani if we're gonna get stuck, you know, in traffic. So that's what I just wanted to issue out to everybody. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Fitzgerald.
No other speakers.
All right, no more speakers. So at this time, I know there's been some comments made by the public, and I'd just like to offer Mr. Hardy and his team, if you guys have anything you wanted to address, anything that was shared before we close the public hearing.
Yeah, I would do just a few things. Just to clarify the 85 versus 105 and why the variance is there. Project, when it was approved in 2007 at the county, it was approved for 486 homes. So we're proposing 571, that's 85 more. Where we sit today with our map over the last 13, 14 years, we've eroded some lots just through water quality requirements, basins getting bigger, parks getting a little bigger, things like that. So we've lost a few, but our entitled units is still 486 units as approved by the county. So the 105 is based on where we sit today on actual units on the map that exists today and our rough grading plan and all of that. So that's where that comes from. Just in terms of the traffic discussion, I just want to reiterate, the signal, it does analyze the project traffic, and it is still in a better level of service than without the project and without the improvements. It sits today by 2025 without the project, level of service F. With our project, it's a level of service B in the morning, and that's with all of these extra 85 homes, and a level of service C in the PM. That's with every home, all those 85 homes. It is improved. And that's from the installation of the signal, which we've moved up by 138 units voluntarily, and through the improvements of Wickard Road and being a thoroughfare from Murrieta over to Hahn. Let's see, in terms of kind of the discussion on housing, I mean, we specialize in offering product. This is our business. We know what product will sell and will not sell. And we have 312 of those larger homes and things that were described in terms of, that Kathleen mentioned in terms of people want more space. That is very true. People do, but not everyone can buy that as their first home. So what we're offering is a conventional home on a conventional lot that are anywhere from 1,800 square foot up to 2,200 square foot. You can even do a single story on that. That's a first starter home with 5-foot setbacks, just like everybody else's home, that you can start out buying and build equity. A conventional home will build more equity than a cluster product or a condo. These are not condos, these are single family homes on conventional lots that they can build equity and then ultimately aspire to buy the larger lot. And then maybe, hopefully one day, all of us can live on 11 acres too. I would love to live on 11 acres personally. At any rate, so that's kind of the process of having different home buyers and meeting with the state law of providing for all incomes. Let's see. I already talked about, these aren't row homes. These are homes with 5-foot setbacks. They're conventional homes. We bring the architecture forward so you're not looking at a bunch of garage faces. It allows you to have a bedroom down for your grandparent or kids. Or bedroom downs are very popular. You can get an office. You can get a bonus room. And like I said earlier, single stories. So you're also attracting to age qualified 55 and older, which I know the city has a lot of. Also, I've actually, in terms of history of Menifee, I mean, we've got a lot, like I mentioned, we've got a lot of land here. I've also been personally involved with the city of Menifee before it was actually a city of Menifee. I started out working at the county, and my history in 2002 as a consultant, and Menifee was my area before it was a city. I was responsible for all the planning. I did what Russell did. So I'm very familiar with this area. I remember Bill Zedlick at the time and his efforts to incorporate, and him sitting at all of our planning commission hearings and always being at our office and having a lot of opinions on what we should and shouldn't do. But at any rate, I just want to, I've been involved with the city for a very long time. I don't have as much gray hair as Terry, but I am aspiring to lose a little more and to be like John one day. But at any rate, that's my story, and if you have anything else, I'm here to answer it. So.
All right, thank you, Mr. Harding. Before you go, just for the record, would you say the name of your company so that it can be said right when it's reported?
Yes, I should have clarified that too. That should have been the first one. We are not Richmond American. They are a customer of ours. They do buy from us, but we are Richland, RICHLAND communities. So we entitle and we're land developers, and we ultimately, like someone said, we ultimately sell to like a Land C and a Law and R. We also do commercial projects as well. We work with all the top quality builders.
All right, thank you, Mr. Hardy. All right, with that, Madam
Pardon
Clerk,
me,
there's no
Mayor.
more? There is one more.
I
This
have
just in?
one more speaker,
All right.
Jimmy Lamsters.
Okay.
Hi, thank you so much. All my neighbors here, they did a great job. I'm actually just going to tell you a quick story, what happened today. So I've been living here since about 2007, and about 5 years ago moved to Garbani Road, my forever home with my wife and my 2 children. And we've loved Menifee, been a great experience. When we moved here, I'm a school teacher, so during the summer I'm a little off on Murrieta. So my wife was taking my son up our dirt road with our bike, and a neighbor waved her down and said, "Hey, you better be careful. There's, school just got out." And as we're driving up, I'd say a good, 5 or 6 cars just go flying by my son and my wife trying to go up the dirt road back to our house. And that scares me for my family, just being able to ride their bikes somewhere. That I understand change is going to happen. It's inevitable. But if we can minimize the impact that this change is going to have on our neighbors and our families, the type of danger that can increase from the amount of traffic and people here, any minimization that we can do, I think would be extremely helpful for families for the future of Menifee. And that's where, like I said, it's going to be my forever home. This is where I'm going to be. I'm not going anywhere. And I want my future generations. My parents just moved half a mile from my house. I wanted them to come to Menifee. So that's who's watching my kids right now, is the grandparents. And I'm trying to build this community into something that I can give it to my future generations, and having this type of generation. So anyway.
Thank you for your testimony. We appreciate it. Madam Clerk, anyone else? You got another one?
No other
more.
speakers.
Okay. All right. Well, thank you to everybody who came and spoke. Here it is, almost 9 o'clock, and we're still here. But it shows that you care about your community and you're willing to be here. And so we all appreciate that. I'll just say that on behalf of the council. With that, I'm going to close the public hearing now. It is 8:47. I'm going to do this, and my council colleagues may do the same, but I want to disclose that I did meet with the residents on the property. I also met with the applicant, and I also visited the site. So just want to be transparent about that. If any other council members want to do the same, feel free.
Mr. Mayor, I would also like to disclose I met with residents in the peripheral neighborhood.
Okay. Anyone else? All right. With that, council members, it's wide open for discussion at this point. I think we've heard a lot of information, and very curious to hear what my colleagues are leaning towards. If we're going to follow the recommendation to adopt that resolution that denies, as the Planning Commission recommended, or are we looking to do something different? So, floor is open. And Mayor Pro Tem's going to lead off.
I didn't want to go first, but
Nobody does.
didn't seem like anybody did. I'll be perfectly frank. I found the whole presentation very condescending and dismissive to the residents. We were told that people buying homes, they don't want space. They want public pools. And then we're told, but I'd love to live on 11 acres by the same people. People just don't want change. That's the reasoning that we're supposed to go with. They understand that change is inevitable, but this is just not the place for higher density. We're going to make it an equestrian-friendly community with 3,800 square foot lots. You couldn't keep a horse on 3,800 square feet by itself with no house on it. So it's not an equestrian-friendly lot. It's a warning to people that there's going to be flies in the area and don't bitch about it. That's what that means. So I don't find that I haven't heard a single person who lives around there say, I think it's going to be a real benefit to a community. We'll trade all of this for a sidewalk. I don't see that coming from the community around there. So I'm feeling the presentation was a little disingenuous as to what they feel the benefit of the community is when the community is telling us they don't see a benefit. And the other thing that sort of stuck out to me is they've invoked the name of Commissioner Thomas all over this report, saying, Commissioner Thomas said this and we did it. Commissioner Thomas said this and we did it. And they didn't take it back in front of Commissioner Thomas to see what he thought of this. They said, he's told us all this stuff, and now we're bringing it to you. But it doesn't address the densities. Yeah, I know Commissioner Thomas. I served with him, and I know he was saying, hey, look, if you're going to try density, jam it with parks, and I get that. But it doesn't resolve the issue. So I'm inclined to stay with the Planning Commission's original recommendation for denial.
All right, thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Next on the queue is Councilman Estrada.
Thank you, Mayor. I do not feel like this project is consistent with our city's rural identity and our small town feel, and I will be voting to uphold the Planning Commission's decision.
All right, thank you. Next council member, Councilmember Sobek's next in the queue.
Thank you, Mayor. And I want to thank all the residents who came out tonight. Richland, for trying to work with the residents and how you've reached out to them. I took 3 pages of notes, and I know that some of you said that this was something that the county put on you, and now we're holding the bag. I'm just wondering, I believe that sometimes when you have a controversial project like this, we don't have to hurry the answer. Does the applicant need to come back and meet with you again? The applicant requested that we, if we could not come to a conclusion, we continue it. So I'm just trying to be fair on both sides. And so I don't want to make a haste decision. I want the residents to be happy. And right now, if we, are some of these things going to go away that you said you would do if it's denied? And I know that traffic is a big issue, and there needs to be some mitigation done to help you get through your neighborhoods. So if 85 homes are taken away, there's still going to be traffic congestion. What else can be done to help that? And that would be the one thing why I would want to not make a decision tonight, is that I am concerned as well with Garbani and that middle school. I have stood out there on the corner of Garbani and Marietta Road. I am concerned with the traffic that may cut through off of Hahn, going down Wickard, with those rural residents that already live there. And so even if we denied this, there's still going to be traffic. And I'm just wondering if we just let it be continued, have them come back and see if they can help out that neighborhood and a little bit more. So that would be my suggestion, is to continue to see if we can continue to look at this. Richland, if you can continue to look at this to make it safer all the way around.
All right, thank you, council member. And Councilman Dinas, did you want to share?
Well, I think Councilmember Sobek brought some relevant suggestions here. It is, irregardless, there's going to be traffic issues, but I'm not too sure if that is going to, if we can do anything, if there can be any compromise that will change that without full-scale changing of the way the direction of roads and traffic and everything. I don't think you can change around the perimeter and make small changes to change the traffic enough based on what we have before us today, is my concern. I think, the project has been approved for a certain amount. That was done, as we said, by the county, but the residents have a legitimate concern about the traffic, and so I would think that if the council wanted to continue, I have a problem with that, but I think unless there's a willingness to continue, I think we just approve the staff recommendation.
Okay, Mayor Pro Tem Carwin.
I have to believe that staff advised the applicants that Planning Commission was probably not going to approve this before they went there.
It's the opposite.
I mean, to get 5-0 out of the blue. So that's when I was talking about Commissioner Thomas, I would not mind taking this project back through, making adjustments and bringing it back to the Planning Commission to deal with what they said. I understand that a portion of this project is going to be approved regardless of this extra change. I'm not opposed to building stuff. I'm not demanding that you own open land forever. What I'm saying is that I think that you would not be well served by us just denying it if you have the ability to comply with what the Planning Commission is suggesting. So if we can send this, if we can remand it back to Planning Commission, for lack of a better term, and have them maybe workshop it and make the changes that if Planning Commission is saying that there are some changes that they would approve, so be it. I think to go 5-0 Planning Commission and expect us to overturn it like the county did is a little unfair to us and the residents. But for Councilmember Sobek's point, it's a land and you should be able to build on it. So in between there is adjusting the problems that the Planning Commission is seeing. So if continuing it is the procedural term for it, I'm not looking to just kill the project because it doesn't comply in my opinion. But if there's a way it can be redrawn so that it satisfies whatever the Planning Commission's objections were and that can be sent back to us, they should be given that opportunity.
All right, so you bring up a good point, and I'm going to ask our city manager and attorney to give us a little bit of guidance here. If we were to vote to continue the item to date uncertain, would it then come back and start with Planning Commission again? How does that work?
No, I don't think so. I think you could actually uphold the commission's recommendation, but do uphold it with no prejudice so that they can work with the Planning Commission again to try to find an acceptable project that the community and the Planning Commission can accept.
Okay, so you're saying that the better thing to do is to simply deny the project or uphold what the Planning Commission said to deny. However, we heard from the applicant and he said he would prefer to be able to continue the item to a date uncertain, and I'm asking, would it then come back to Planning Commission as Councilman Carwin is kind of hoping to see?
If you continue it, it will come back to this body.
So if we uphold and deny, and they need to just start all over again?
Well, there's maybe I would defer to the attorney, but if you deny without prejudice, that gives them the opportunity to come back and continue with a different project, and they wouldn't lose the whole thing. But that would be up to your discretion to send it back to the commission. If there's a design that the commission would be pleased, maybe more meetings with the community to see if there's a trade-off.
You concur?
Do we have the power of remand?
You do, yes, that's what I'm getting to. So fundamentally, 4 options exist here. One is to, which I don't hear any council interest in, but just to make sure the options are all on the table, one would be to reject the Planning Commission's recommendation, approve the project, and that would be the end tonight. The other is to accept the Planning Commission's recommendation, reject the project, and that would then push the developer back to square one. Armando mentions a variant of that, which is to reject the project without prejudice, so that the developer could immediately proceed to coming forward with a revised project that would effectively start again at the Planning Commission with the revised project and work its way up. That's the third option. The fourth option, which is it turns out there are 5 options, so I can't count very well. The fourth option is to remand, Councilmember Carwin, Mayor Pro Tem Carwin, that's the one that you bring up, which would be to remand the item to the Planning Commission so that the Planning Commission could consider revisions to the pending project and then make recommendations on those revisions to the pending project and then make a decision to either approve or deny the revised project which, if it was a they would make a recommendation again, and the recommendation would come back to the council for final action, just like this one did. And then the fifth action would be to hold it here, continue it, and have modifications to the project worked out at the city council level without seeking further input from the planning commission. And as long as I'm talking, I want to mention one other thing. This is completely the policy of the city council and the planning commission, but in general, working out the details of a project is probably best suited for what Mayor Pro Tem Carwin mentioned, sort of a workshop format where the desires of the decision-making body are expressed, and after that, the applicant and the staff go back to see if that can be, how to have that implemented, and then the project comes back before that body for action. That's a good three-step process. It avoids negotiating from the dais.
One more thing, I think if you uphold the planning commission's recommendation, the developer wouldn't lose the project. The underlying entitlement will still be in place. What is being negotiated here and being asked to go back and be worked out, any incremental, any increment in the density, which is lesser than what you have here today, because it seems like you don't like what you have here today because it's too much. But if there's a possibility of getting from where the developer has approvals today to maybe a higher density, and that's what you would send back to planning commission. Again, that's your prerogative, but upholding the planning commission decision today wouldn't cause the developer to lose the entitlement, the underlying entitlement.
Okay, and the reason I asked is because the applicant did mention that he would prefer to continue the item. If we ask the applicant to come and speak again, do I need to reopen the public hearing, or can we just go ahead and take testimony?
No, you can just take testimony.
Okay. Welcome back, Mr. Galloway.
Well, thank you. Brian wanted me to field this one for some reason, but so we certainly do not want a denial. We haven't had much time to work with the neighbors. I would like to first apologize for coming across as condescending. I hope the neighbors didn't feel that way when I met with them, and I didn't get an opportunity to meet with you personally. But to send this back to Planning Commission is what we originally wanted to do when we got denial. We were told that that was not an option for us. We reached out and met with one of the planning commissioners, and in a way, I think we got told by staff that we weren't supposed to do that. So we took the path of working with the neighbors. We would be very happy to go back to Planning Commission, and out of the 4, 5, or 6 options that were put before us, we would prefer to be reprimanded back to the Planning Commission. We don't mind. Remanded. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. So it feels like both, if you tell me. I mean, actually.
I get it.
But we would like to be remanded back to the Planning Commission where we can work and address their concerns. And finally, I would like to apologize for name dropping Mr. Commissioner Thomas's name. He was just the person that made the recommendation, and we agreed.
All right, very good. Thank you. We appreciate you sharing that. I think Councilman Carwin, you had mentioned, I'm sorry, is there more? Are we okay?
I'm fine. I was just saying, yes, the workshop is what we were asking.
So are you ready to make a motion to remand it back to the Planning Commission to a date uncertain and give the opportunity to the developer to come up with some concessions that might appease both residents and be able to earn an approval from the Planning Commission?
Well, first I want to acknowledge the applicant's apology for tone and things like that, and I apologize also for my tone if it came across as a little too aggressive. But yes, I would like to make a motion that, so do we have to make a vote on the recommendation as planned, or can we make a substitute motion? So if I wanted to make a motion to remand it to Planning Commission, does that substitute the motion before us?
There isn't one.
Yeah, there is no motion before, there's a proposed resolution before you, but so far nobody has moved it. And so if you want to ignore that altogether and just move to remand, you certainly within your power.
All right, so that's what I would do. I would like to move to remand this item back to Planning Commission for further hearing.
I'll second that. All right, the motion to remand it back to the Planning Commission, a date uncertain, passes unanimously. And so we are now ready to move to our next item. This is our general plan amendment. It's item 11.5, and it's the circulation and safety element updates.
I'll wait a moment here as people exit. Thank you. Good evening, Mr. Mayor and Council. I'm Doug Darnell, Principal Planner, and I'm pleased to present this item to you. It's a city-initiated general plan amendment to the circulation and safety element of the general plan. So first, the safety element amendment. What this one does is adds clarifying language to describe the city's local hazard mitigation plan and to incorporate the recently adopted local hazard mitigation plan, or just LHMP for short. It was just adopted late 2022. And really all we're doing is incorporating that document by reference into the safety element. And this amendment is necessary to comply with state requirements, specifically AB 2140. Next, the circulation element amendments involve changes to the roadway network map, Exhibit C3 of the circulation element, to modify various roadway segments, resolving conflicts and inconsistency with existing rights-of-way and established patterns of development. So just want to be clear, these are map changes only in the general plan and do not involve any proposed roadway construction improvements or any acquisition of rights-of-way or anything like that. So this is the proposed LHMP language in the safety element. This language was drafted based on input from the State Office of Emergency Services and is in compliance with AB 2140. So next, for the circulation element amendments, we'll dive right into those. There's 9 different locations where amendments are being proposed to resolve conflicts between existing conditions and the existing roadway network map. These are cleanup amendments to areas that were identified in a collaborative effort between planning and engineering staff, and each of these will be discussed on the next slides. So first, beginning with Area 1, this involves realigning a 4-lane major divided roadway. That's the classification, the general plan, for the segment you see here of Getz Road. The realignment would have Getz Road terminate at a 90-degree angle with Valley Boulevard, as shown here, and align. Basically what this does is aligns with the dedicated right-of-way for Getz Road as part of the existing Cimarron Ridge development. For Area 2, this realigns the 4-lane secondary undivided roadway segment of Chambers Road, basically straightens it out to align with the existing Chambers Avenue right-of-way between Sherman and Encanto roads. For Area 3, this realigns the 2-lane collector roadway segment for Evans Road to align with, basically straighten it out and align with the current dedicated Evans Road right-of-way north of Rouse Road. For Area 4, this removes the 2-lane collector designation for what you see marked here, Presley Street, between Rouse Road and Sun City Boulevard. And this is being proposed because as Presley Road is currently built, it's a 36-foot wide residential local street and is unable to function as a 44-foot wide collector as currently designated. So for Area 5, there's really two parts to this. First, the 4-lane secondary roadway segment for Watson Road, west of Sherman Road. That gets removed because, as you can see, it just cuts right across several properties there at this time. Also, the 2-lane collector segment for Sherman Road would be extended south of Watson Road to connect to the SR 74. So the existing right-of-way is in place for Sherman Road, but not in place for Watson. The next one involves realignment of Garbani and Bradley roads. Portions of this are 4-lane divided major roadway. That would be to the east, at least for Garbani Road, and then 2-lane collector west of Garbani Road, west of Bradley. And essentially, this just straightens out those segments and keeps Bradley and Garbani Road in the existing established right-of-way. Then for Area 7, we remove the 2-lane collector designation. This involves multiple roadway segments that connect between Marietta and Winterhawk roads. Just like the couple ones before, these segments are built and function as residential local streets. And additionally, we add a 2-lane collector designation for Winterhawk Road between Rim Creek Path and Newport Road. Next, Area 8 involves removing the 2-lane collector designation for multiple roadway segments. Again, these segments are built and function as residential local streets. And then additionally, 2-lane collector designation is proposed for South Shore Drive between Boris Drive and Tres Lagos. And finally, Area 9 is realignment of the 4-lane divided arterial segment for Valley Boulevard. It realigns Valley Boulevard to about 800 feet north of the current intersection shown with Marietta. And the new alignment would cross Eastern Municipal Water District property to intersect at a 90-degree angle with Marietta Road. So those are all of the areas and how they're going to be realigned and cleaned up on the general plan roadway network map. With that, we've reviewed this for compliance with CEQA and determined that it's exempt from CEQA per section 15061B3. Common sense exemption, as it can be seen with certainty that there's no possibility that the proposed general plan amendment will have a significant impact on the environment. And in conclusion, staff recommends that the City Council adopt a resolution finding that General Plan Amendment LR 23-0013 is exempt from further environmental review, and approve General Plan Amendment LR 23-0013 based on the findings and conclusions included in the staff report.
Thank you, Mr. Darnell.
You're
So,
welcome.
council members, do we have any questions for staff? I do have one on your 8th one. It's a newer neighborhood. So how was that one not designed to uphold the general plan circulation element widths of those roads? I can understand some of the old ones in Sun City, and it's not matching the general plan, but if it's a newer one that we've recently approved, how does that happen?
And which, I don't know if we can pull it back up here.
Yeah, can we get the
again, but
slides back up and go
which-
to the number
Which
8?
number one, which number was that one?
It's
Number
an
8.
8.
Number 8.
There you go. So here's a newer neighborhood, and I don't know if the general plan circulation element at one time called for a certain roadway and it ended up getting approved by us and built set differently. How does that happen?
Yeah, I mean, I know I honestly can't speak for this neighborhood or that particular project. I know that was before my time here, but you know, ideally, you know, these things should be would involve a general plan amendment with the development. So that possibly needed to be the case. I don't know, but it is a good question, and this cleans that up.
All right, thank you. Councilmember Sobek, you have a question?
Yes, leave that same map up, because I have a comment on that same one. So what I'm understanding, I just want to be clarified that you're taking away that they have it going through the neighborhood of Main Street. Is that in South Shore Drive is coming north from South Shore Elementary School to Laguna Vista Drive. Is that correct? The green line is Laguna Vista Drive. So what, can you tell me, it says Laguna Vista Drive is a collector street. Can you just define what that means? Because the reason why I'm asking this, I just actually received a letter from a resident yesterday about Laguna Vista is becoming a road that people are cutting through off of South Shore Drive and also now Briggs. And it's a split neighborhood, and it's having way too much traffic on it. That's just really increased as a cut through. So I just want to make sure it's not a cut through street, that it's not a main arterial. So I just need to understand what we're doing here to make sure I'm making the right decision.
Councilmember Sobek. So a collector road is one of our roads within the general circulation or general plan circulation element. So it starts off with a local road and then it goes to a collector road and then it jumps up to a major and then arterial. So it is one of the lower elements of the circulation element, but it is meant to take those local roads and they end up on a collector road and then ultimately transfer to either a secondary or a major or an arterial. So it is meant to carry more traffic than a local road, but it is not meant to carry the same traffic as a secondary or a major or an arterial. So this is a cleanup. Obviously, the way the streets were built, they were built according to how we're requesting to clean it up, because where we're removing the sections is a private gated community.
Right.
So
Correct.
you can't really consider that as a
Correct.
collector road as
And
it's going through
I
that.
agree to that.
Yeah.
I agree totally. It's behind gates.
Yeah.
But I know this is a cleanup. So I'm just going to make my comment now that this might be a road we might need to look at to see how we could slow traffic down through a neighborhood, because it is a divided neighborhood where people use that street to walk, to play, to go to the park, to go to the community center. And so I just want to put that out there, that maybe is this something we can look at? I just want you to put it in your notes. I know we need to approve this because of the gated part, but Laguna Vista Way needs to have a little bit of attention on it and looked at.
So you're asking about the portion of Laguna Vista Way north of Tres Lagos?
Any other questions, council members? All right.
Yes.
Yeah, okay.
You do?
Well, he was finishing.
I'm
We were
sorry, I thought
talking
you were
still.
done.
Oh, no, I was
So-
just making sure I clarified her segment that she's working.
So Laguna Vista and, well, it's between Menifee Road and all the way down to Briggs, that whole green area. Is that Laguna Vista or is that Tres Lagos?
Tres Lagos.
Okay, so Tres Lagos, I'm sorry, Laguna Vista is the opposite direction, I apologize. So it's Tres Lagos is the street where there's been some concerns.
Okay.
So that's just my request.
Yep.
Thank you.
Anybody else have any questions? All right, hearing none, I'm going to open the public hearing. This is a public hearing item, so we got to do this. It's 9:21. Madam Clerk, is there any correspondence we've received on this item?
No correspondence.
And then was it legally noticed?
Yes, it was.
Do we have any speakers on this one?
No, we don't.
I'll close the public hearing at 9:21. Council members, do we have any more discussion, or do we want to make a motion to adopt the resolution that amends the general plan?
So moved?
Okay,
Second.
all right, thank you.
Mayor?
Yes.
Just for a point of clarification, there are two recommended actions. I took the motion to include both of them.
Can you confirm that? That's your motion, both? Okay, very good.
Yes.
Thank you, Jeff. Lisa, can you vote? And that passes unanimously. We are on our last item on public hearings. This is 11.6. It's our 5-year capital improvement program, and it looks like Mr. Fiddler's on his way, so welcome, sir.
Well, good evening again, Honorable Mayor and council members. This is the last presentation for our capital improvement program, and thank you to all that has stuck around for the very last and best public hearing of the night. So again, as Mayor Zimmerman has indicated, this is for fiscal years, the 5-year capital improvement program for fiscal years 23 through 28. So I won't read through this again because this is probably the third time that you've seen this, but we've developed a mission statement for our capital improvement program. This is for the 23 through 28 capital improvement program. We developed the 5-year plan. The one thing different this year than we've done in the past is we're actually doing a 2-year capital improvement plan as part of the 5-year plan. We do have the 9 different categories that we will go through each one of the categories as we move through this presentation. So we do have our capital improvement team. They're very hardworking, moving a lot of projects through construction. We do have a couple vacant positions. One of them is actually proposed for next fiscal year, but we're anticipating that we're going to be able to move a lot of projects with this new capital improvement, adopted capital improvement program. So this kind of gives us a little timeline of where we've been and where we're at today. We first started this journey on April 5th, and then we moved through a couple workshops, and now we're at the tail end of it, and we're hoping that this will be adopted at this meeting. So the CIP budget schedule recap, we started our first workshop on April 5th. We prioritized projects and reorganized. We also provided available funding sources. And then on April 19th, we held our second workshop where we finalized the proposed list. And then we again identified the proposed funding sources. Lastly, we went to the Planning Commission on May 10th to make sure that the projects were in conformance with the city's general plan, and we are here tonight on June 7th to look at approving the capital improvement program.
Nick, real quick, is there any changes since the workshops that we had?
No
Nothing.
changes.
What we're seeing tonight is what we saw last meeting. Thank you.
So moving into the transportation projects, again, this is the list that you guys seen in the past. We're proposing $8.2 million in fiscal year 23 through 24, and then $2.8 million 24-25. And these are the major transportation projects. You can look on the map on the right-hand side of the screen, see where those locations are. The other dots that are shown there are other projects that are currently active. So it gives you a whole snapshot of where we're at today and then where we're moving to in the next 2 fiscal years. I'll give you a couple of seconds to absorb that and then let me know when you're ready to move on. Go for it. Okay. So moving into the traffic signal project category, again, fiscal year 23-24, we're looking at $733,000, and for fiscal year 24-25, we're looking at roughly $1.4 million. Again, the location, the map on the right shows the locations and the other projects that are currently within the program. Okay. So street improvement projects, similar scenarios. We're looking at $2.3 million in 23-24 and $1.7 in 24-25. There's the different locations that were shown on the right-hand side of the screen. And please let me know if you have any questions at any time on any of the projects.
Thanks, Nick. I think we're good.
Okay. And moving into the pavement management program, PMP projects. These are our proposed locations. We have $4.7 million in fiscal year 23-24 and $4.1 million in 24-25. A little bit hard to read because there's a little bit of list on the side. I know we provided maps for you of all the locations as we move forward. Okay. So moving into drainage projects, we do have one drainage project proposed for fiscal year 24-25. And some of them are ongoing. Okay, and streetlight projects, we do not have a project funded for this area yet. We are working towards a potential grant, so when we do get that grant, we will bring it back to you, because we can't actually put it into the program until we actually secure the grant. So it's working through the Department of Energy to acquire potential additional solar streetlights and kind of offset the pilot program that we're currently working on.
And they're about 100,000 each?
Right now we have a pilot program of 100,000. We're looking at potential of receiving another $146,000 for those additional streetlights. The program only lets us buy the infrastructure. It doesn't allow us to do any earthwork or any type of improvements to ground. So we would buy the materials and then combine it with some of our own local dollars to leverage those state or federal funds.
Hopefully we can have an agreement with Edison for some of their power lines to be able to install solar lighting on those. They've already said that they would be willing to do that. So I think something like the one down in the lower right corner, Menifee Road, north of Scott, there's a nice long line of wooden poles going all the way up. So.
And just to let you know, in regards to Menifee Road, that we are initiating that widening project, and it will have streetlights involved with that. So that will be something that we consider as part of the done.
How far away is that?
We've actually received proposals, and we went through the RFP process. We're now we're reviewing that, and then we'll make a recommendation to accept one of those proposals.
Okay.
So we're moving along.
That's for design?
Yeah, that's for the design.
So a couple of years at least.
Year and a half, yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Public facility projects, we do have quite a few of those. In fiscal year 23-24, we have almost 2.2 million, and then fiscal year 24-25, 108,000.
Real quick question on that. There's any reason we don't put we just had the public facilities workshop. Is there any reason we don't put those projects in with the CIP, our new city hall and the police department? They're capital improvement projects. It would be nice to see everything in one place here instead of running two different programs here.
They're not funded for.
So, okay.
We're not funded for this next 2 years.
Yeah, it was a previous fiscal year project. We do carry it in our 5-year capital improvement program. So parks, trails, and recreation projects, we're looking at 2.6 million for fiscal year 23-24 and 1.2 million for fiscal year 24-25. All right.
Thank you.
So technology infrastructure projects. We do have 2 projects. This is a new category for us, and so we're looking at $275,000 in fiscal year 23-24 and $233,000 in fiscal year 24-25.
Nick, on this page, there's an added page right here. You've got is this the same park surveillance technology upgrade at AMR as it is on this one? But okay, you don't have anything budgeted, but you have 75,000 there. So.
Yeah, I'll have Carlos Geronimo, CIP manager, help answer that one.
I could take it, Carlos. Those funds come from prior fiscal years, so it's nothing budgeted this next fiscal year or the following fiscal year, but there's already funded through the
So
funds.
it's a priority 1, so is it already funded or is it just?
It's already funded.
It's already funded.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. That was what I wanted. Thank you.
Any other questions on this one? All right, go ahead.
Sorry.
You're good.
Okay. So just going through a project summary of carrying all the different categories, we're proposing a total of 32 projects in fiscal year 23-24 at a total of $21 million, and 21 projects in 24-25 at just over $12 million. So these are some of the grants that we're actually working on that we propose to bring back to you in a future date. You can see we're anticipating close to $20 million in 23-24 and close to, or just over $15 million for 24-25. These are grants that we're working with various agencies, regulatory agencies, to acquire the additional funds. But once we do secure them, we'll bring them back to you for council approval.
Good luck. Fingers crossed.
Yeah. So the recommended action is to adopt a resolution approving the fiscal year 23-24 and 24-25 capital improvement program budget and subsequent 3-year CIP funding plan for totaling the 5 years 25 through 28.
All right, thank you, Mr. Fiddler. Appreciate it. Council members, do we have any questions? Hearing none, I'm going to open the public hearing. It is 9:33. Madam Clerk, any correspondence, and was it noticed legally?
No correspondence, and it was legally noticed.
Thank you. Do we have any speakers on this item from the public?
No public speakers.
All right, I'll close the public hearing, 9:33. Council members, any discussion, or can we get a motion to adopt the resolution approving our 5-year capital improvement budget?
So moved.
Okay.
I'll second.
All right. And that passes unanimously. We'll move to item 12. There's no discussion items. Mr. City Attorney, anything to report?
Mayor, I think you covered this earlier tonight, but it went right past me. There was no reportable action from the closed session.
Okay, yeah, I went ahead and reported for you. Mr. City Manager, you have anything to report?
Yes, Mayor and Council, I have a couple of announcements and then one clarification for Ms. Gable. The chat with the city manager is happening next Tuesday. I believe is the 16th, and it'll be at 10 a.m. at the Marion Ashley Center. So I'll expect to see you there. You're always there.
13th.
Oh, I'm sorry, the 13th. The 13th, yeah. And as always, I'm very, very proud of our staff, and every time they hit a milestone and an accomplishment, I get very excited. So I'm happy to share that one of our very own, Gina Gonzalez, our Economic Development Director, has now attained the status of a certified economic developer by the International Economic Council. That's a very good distinction. You know, I wanted you, the council, to know and the community to know that we have the very best here in Menifee, providing economic development opportunities and actually wealth creation in our city. That's a very, very difficult test and distinction to get, so I applaud her efforts, and hopefully she can bring more wealth to our community. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Mr. City Manager, can you confirm that we anticipate our budget adoption on June 21st, is that right?
Yes, we will. Okay. We are actually making every effort to publish the budget and the staff report by the end of this week. And that way the community and the council has an opportunity and plenty of time to review the budget and in anticipation of our June 21st hearing.
Awesome. Thank you. Appreciate the updates. Council members, any future agenda requests? All right, I don't hear any, so I'm going to go ahead and adjourn. It is 9:36. Thank you, everybody, for being here tonight. Great meeting.